So it was, I don't know, that was really cool. I think I need to find a way to integrate bone casting into my games, and
Hell yeah.
And he said he's looking to incorporate D&D into his drinks. So,
oh, come on, man.
It's a match.
That's too good, man.
Yeah, that was.
What was that about a Viking god? Is that? Did I read that right?
That was him. He was.
It's very shamanesque.
He was done up like a Norse shaman.
Oh man.
And all of the stuff, like the bones you were casting, all the different zones on the table were different. The 9 realms from Norse mythology. So Muspelheim was the ghost chili.
Yeah, there was some D&D bar I saw where you did roll for stuff. It was like you roll for shots, and you roll for like how your burger was gonna be made, like what toppings were on it.
Nice.
All right, I dig it.
Have you seen the rune stones before? Like, you could cast rune stones instead of bones.
No, I've never seen rune stones.
I was gonna say, if you had like a 20 drink menu, do the first one is like a tall boy of natty ice lemonade, and then 20 is a free shot, and just roll. It's you get to choose the drink, and you get a free shot.
Oh yeah, that's what you got there, Anthony, is the crit fail or critical miss on the shot. It's tequila and hot sauce is theirs.
Yeah, that's essentially what I got. As I was like, man, I don't want this ghost pepper tequila stuff, but like, and that's the thing that's a little bit smart about it, right? This particular system. If somebody doesn't want something, or if they really want one of the drinks, they can kind of choose where they drop the bones and like try to avoid certain areas or aim for certain areas. So it gives you a little bit of control over what you're doing. It's not entirely random. But I was like, I'm gonna make this 100% random, and I dropped it straight in the middle. So it's like wherever they go is where they go. Of course, that's what I got. I was like, all right. I'm not gonna back down on this now. I said I'd do it, and by God, I'm gonna do it. So. Anyway, don't mind me.
This place is called Stormcrow Manor.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, this guy, whenever he rolled, his burger was a jackfruit, mushroom, and bacon burger on a baguette.
Interesting.
Ooh, that's fascinating.
Totally. Yeah, not a big fan of jackfruit.
I've heard of jackfruit, but I've never tried it before.
It's very meat-like. It's what a lot of vegetarians will substitute instead of meat.
You ever have breadfruit? It's very bread-like. No, I'm serious. It's crazy.
Way. Will this work? Okay. Alright, I'm not going to make the same mistake as last week. I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about prepping things that I don't know whether they'll even happen or not, so...
Sounds good.
Yeah, they're the drink names for the roll. You got Critical Miss, Caesar's Revenge, the Jack Burton, the Machete, the Dark Knight, Vulcan Mind Meld, Snow Crash, Pickle Rick, District 9, The Matrix, Blair Witch, Katniss Everdeen, Jules Verne, Admiral Akbar, Xenomorph Brain Fluid, Sonic Screwdriver, Khal Drogo, Sith Lord, Smaug's Golden Horde, and Critical Hit.
Out of curiosity, what's Sith Lord?
Sith Lord, Jägermeister, and Hate.
I love it.
The description just says,
That's awesome.
peace is a lie, there's only passion, feel the power of the dark side. And it says,
Of course it's
Jägermeister
Jaeger.
in hate.
Of course, it's Jaeger. I love it.
And if you roll a 20, you get to keep the shot glass. It's twice the size. And it's Smirnoff vodka, lemon juice, simple syrup, and a sugar rim.
That's which drink again?
Critical hit. If you roll a 20, it's a 2-ounce shot instead of a 1-ounce shot. And you get to keep the glass.
Nice. Good shit.
Which I'm going to do anyway, but whatever.
Okay. All right. So, let me just ungroup this. And beautiful.
Oh, they have a whole gift shop too. You can get tarot cards there.
Haha.
Okay. Just gonna arm to record, and then we're gonna do it.
Funny enough, Mark, that's the second time I've seen that gift today now.
Fantastic gift.
And
So Max is doing the recap, by the way.
Yes.
What?
You're recapping this.
I am?
Yeah,
It's honestly not going to be a very good recap
that's okay.
for
Let's
a
hear it
number
from
of
Kat's point
reasons.
view.
From Kat's point of view, well, Kat was probably much more aware than Max is, honestly. Well, we all had our awesome little introductions. Slowly over time, we were gathered and we were brought together at this monastery where we met the representatives of the three nations. Forgive me if I'm wrong. That's the Empire Four Winds, Xantum Empire, and the River Kingdoms. And they gave us a task to track down. Let me look at the notes I just got from Kevin. Tracking down a warforged that's just led an army into Lunapore. R478 Jedi.
R47X.
Jedi?
Jidaji.
Yes.
Jidaji. Let me write that out. And then we all went into private conversations, which honestly I don't remember a fucking thing about. Jidaji. There we go. Yeah.
okay.
Like I said, it wasn't the best recap, and hopefully that doesn't happen again.
I think you got the salient points mostly. Alright. So, let's drop back in on that note. You guys did indeed make your way to Lunapore, to the temple, the monastery of Eldath, where you met with these representatives and received this mission, this task. You have been summoned because of your various skills, on the promise of various rewards or opportunities. And before you leave, here we go. Rejoin as player. There we go. Before you leave, though, you have an opportunity to rest up here, to make yourselves ready. Time is, of course, pressing, but you're not going to do anything if you set off already weary from a long journey here. So you have an opportunity to rest up, to perhaps make any remaining inquiries that you have, and I don't know, maybe strategize. Take a look at a map before you head in. So, after your meetings of various sorts, is there anything that any of you are looking to do before making your way out of here?
I'd like to look at a map.
Okay.
Smart.
Good start, good start.
I shall as well.
Are we not looking at it together? I thought we were a unit.
Oh God, your
Yeah.
breath smells. Are you sober enough to look at a map?
I am sure. I'm good. Thank you for asking, Seven.
All right, nobody light a match.
Well, actually, find a match. This is it would be quite the show.
After we do this, if anyone wants to work on a little bit of their training in the grounds over here, I'd be happy to be a sparring partner.
Ooh,
I would
I'd
totally
be-
spar with you.
I would be very interested in that.
I want to see how the monks of this monastery or the clerics of this monastery do things.
I will say the only rules are, and this is kind of applicable just to us, let's not do sharp weapons because we don't want anyone to die, and no creatures that eat other things. Just a way of safety.
No,
Oh,
eating
blimey, how the hell am I supposed to get any practice in then?
Well, we got targets.
Well,
I
you
see you got a
can-
bow on your back over there.
You can try with just bare fists.
I'm not really good at any of that. I just
Neither
need a
am I.
bow, and Ari needs to go fight. That's it. That's literally all I got.
You have to spread out your knowledge of the martial arts, my friend.
Ah, hasn't seemed to steer me wrong.
I could teach you some things.
Take a look at that map, for starters. Before you get into any sparring matches.
So this is the pass.
This is none other than Tempest Pass.
And do we know the location of the monastery?
You do. Give me 1 second here. I will give you a little bit more to go on. So the scale, this bar down at the bottom, each of these segments is roughly a mile, and so are each of the hexes. Now, what we can do here is put you right here. Now, this dotted line here marks the boundary between the Empire of the Four Winds and Za Province specifically to the west, and the area of Lunapur to the east. As you sit there and discuss. Perhaps you are accompanied by two of your conversationalists from yesterday, being Viator Bardas and your host, Arendelle. Just throw them down on here so you can remember who they are, what they look like, and their names. And the two of them will point out some of the features for those of you who are not familiar with the geography of the area. Arendelle will start off by saying, well, as you can see, we got the Rain Snake River here. That makes makes up most of the border marking right here. And well, that just kind of continues on all the way length of the river, and then just sort of makes its way up to the north. Now, the Yielding Heart Monastery, the temple that you're looking for, is up here at the north end of Tempest Pass. Maybe I can write with a slightly more colorful pen. Does that make it better? I'm not actually sure. Now, there are probably some other prominent features of the valley that you should be aware of. If you're not, there's of course the fortress and the stronghold that guards the road between Lunapur and Za province. It's known as Windhold, and it's right here along the main path between the two. You can even kind of see it on the map there.
I'm sure that place will blow us away.
I got that one.
Yes.
That was a good one.
I'll get you guys laughing by the end of this trip. Count on that.
So, if I'm looking at this map correctly, then it looks like it's only about a 20-30 miles to from the entrance of this map to the temple.
And that is true. It's not a large area, Tempest Valley, but it's, well, like we were saying before, it's rainy on the best of occasions, but something about whatever's been happening in there has been causing some rather extreme weather. They say there's a sort of typhoon that's developed and just keeps bouncing around within the valley, rebounding off of one mountain wall, then another, just kind of circling the area. So travel won't exactly be easy, even on the main roads. You should be cautious as you head through there. There are various little towns and farms and such along the way. But, well, the real trick, the thing that you're going to have to ask yourselves is how do you want to get into the pass? Because you have the authority of both sides here, Lunapur and Za province. At least you have unofficial permission to cross both of their borders, but might seem easier to just stick to Lunapore and come in from the east, make your way up to the monastery, but there's a little problem there. Viator will pick up at this point and he'll say, "There is a line of ancient guardians. Call it the Watch Line. I'll point out. It runs along the Use River. From east to west, 44 great statues who have long protected this border. No one knows who built them or exactly how long they've been there, but they seem to know how to distinguish friend from foe and have long protected the border of Lunapore there. That is, until recently. Some of the folk coming out of the valley have reported that the Watchers are no longer dormant, and that they do not seem to distinguish anymore between ally and enemy, but attack all. Therefore, simply taking the route north is not such a simple task.
Well, if that's the case, we may just want to scoot on around then, fellas.
I guess then our only other option would be to go follow the river. The rain snake.
It is a possibility.
Well, it depends on the time that we have. Because this might be under somebody else's control if you wanted to find out what triggered these guardians.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends on your timeline.
Obviously, both sides want the situation resolved as swiftly as possible. However, there is recognition for the frailty of the situation. Should either side, and by this I mean the officials involved, not the King of Lunapore, and not the Governor of Za Province, but those who report directly to the Emperor of the Four Winds, and those who look after the River Kingdom's alliance. Should they sense that anything is amiss here, that war is breaking out, it will mean a full commitment of forces on both sides, whether Javram or Sendin the Placid themselves want it. Therefore, move swiftly and with purpose, but also with great caution.
Well, what say y'all? You think we should come from the east or the west?
Is anyone interested in trying to figure out what's going on with the Guardians?
No.
It does sound like that would take a lot more time.
If you want my opinion, we make for Windhold. Gather intelligence there. Maybe they've picked up on something that might help us. Cross over the pass. Approach the temple from the east. Avoid the watch line.
I agree with the angry-sounding one.
I'm not angry, I'm just grumpy.
I agree with the grumpy one.
Do you need a massage? And I nod to one of my zombies.
I like to cuddle.
You said that
That
before.
can be had as well.
That is adorable. I like you more already.
So then it's settled, right? We try to
I guess-
avoid the watch line and go around it.
Head up along the river, it looks like.
Anybody here particularly well skilled in nature magic?
I know a little bit of nature magic. I can get my way through around a little bit, and I can track myself not only on the sea but the land if need be.
While I don't know any nature magic, it may come in handy that at our monastery we often commune with the spirits. Maybe it has something to do with the Tempest, why the Guardians are acting so strange. Maybe once we figure out the situation, everything will just fix itself.
That is a hopeful assessment.
Seems like spirits most of the time just want balance. But it sounds like we're going up a river. And we have a pirate hunter who assumably has a ship.
I don't think that. I really don't think that river. I don't think that river's gonna be big enough for a ship there, love.
Access to a riverboat.
We could make a news. Battle? Yes.
You could
Or
possibly
we
take a
can just
sailboat,
take-
but
That river
just walk.
or that roadway. Of this way, yes.
on the road's fine. Then again, we have that tempest to worry about inside. So even traveling along the main road's not going to be the most beneficial. We're going to have to assess the land as soon as we get in. Once we get in, we're going to need to figure out roughly how long we have until that tempest comes for us. We need to know roughly where it is.
Are
Because
there people
if we're
here who have experienced it?
I haven't experienced that tempest, but I have experienced a bunch of wild weather on the sea.
That's fantastic,
I
but
think
that was not my
Tempest,
question. My question was, do we have access to anybody with experience of dealing with this tempest? Any people who've recently traveled through, who've stopped at your monastery, that we could possibly talk to?
Well, as much as I am a traveler, I don't think I've quite made my way that far yet. So this tempest, I've seen it from afar, never inside of it. So don't know if I can help at all with that.
Anybody within your little commune?
Well, Arundel himself can speak up and say, I've, of course, traveled through Tempest Pass more than one occasion on my pilgrimages of old. But, the weather in this place, in this Tempest Pass, it is, of course, always stormy, and the rain comes lashing down, the winds howl, but I've heard it said that this storm, it's supernatural in nature, perhaps even made by Dragon Cloudmaker himself. It's a means to defend the pass, although what exactly he's defending it from, less than clear. But the thing is, it's one thing for there to be stormy weather, it's another thing for it to be blowing out of control the way that it has been.
Is this a constant effect, or if it's not a constant effect, has there been word of a harbinger event or effect that could give you warning to get?
That's hard to say. Now, most of the folk who have come out of Tempest Pass with reports of all this going on, they left early, so to speak. Got out quickly. We haven't had too many other refugees or troops or anything reporting from Tempest Pass, which means that they're all likely stuck in there at this point, or, well, I hate to think it, but perhaps that they didn't make it out at all.
Well, Julius, was it? I think you might have the right of it. We get there, we get the lay of the land.
Well, that's going to be the thing we need to do. Honestly. And if we run into this tempest, we're going to have to hunker down. No risk moving during it. That's going to be way too dangerous. Way too dangerous indeed. But
Oh, we shall see when we get there, yes?
if Cloudmaker's the one that made this, maybe we'll have a shot through it. Just maybe.
Well, that's what legends say, but who knows? Legends say all kinds of things.
Legends don't really speak much highly of him. Don't capture him real well.
So, just to be clear, when you're suggesting that you want to come in and try to avoid the watch line, are you saying that you want to approach from this this western road here or this eastern one? Sorry, I'm not pinging from the west over here or the east.
I mean, I reckon we'd probably come in from this side, go to the Windhold, see what we can find, if there's any information, and then come up this road. I think that's the idea, right? Everyone else? Input? Words?
I'm down with it.
We go
I
into
think that's the way to go.
Okay. Sounds like a plan then.
Sounds like a plan then. Now, do you have any other business to attend to before you depart?
I would like to... I guess, out of character, I'm just saying, like, make sure I have, like, all the basic shit that, you know, a party would need to travel with.
Yeah, what are you looking
like,
for?
Yeah, from, like, bedrolls to the shit like that, like, we actually have torches and...
Yeah, I mean,
the brass tacks.
You can definitely get yourselves hooked up with explorers packs or something like that if that's what you're looking for.
There's even a forge on the map here.
There's a forge. You can probably get a hold of some weapons if you feel like you are not properly equipped yet.
Yeah.
What are you trying to get?
Oh, me? I went 4 pillows. You know, 3 extra blankets. I went the bedrolls, and what else do we need? We like tons of rope. Do we need chain? Are we going to be going on foot because we don't want to bring any what's it called? Animals into the shit.
We don't. Would think that getting around on mounts would be faster, yes? Horses and enough fodder for all of them?
Well, I don't know about you, but I've seen many horses in storms. And they like to get out quicker than we do.
I don't go anywhere without Dima.
Well, I guess you can be special.
Better hold on tight.
Dima will
It's
be
fine.
He's more sure-footed than most things.
Ari will be fine in a storm. But in case things do get super rough, I can always send her away and call her back when I need her.
Your dragon was probably born in a storm.
I believe so.
Well, if none of y'all have anything, we're gonna rest here tonight before we head out. Nimby, you wanna go down to the grounds and do a little sparring now?
Heck yeah! Let's do it. Let's go spar.
Anyone else?
Show me what you got.
If you wanna practice with the sword or
You
bow,
coming, cat?
we got targets you can work on.
Tabash, say less. And I guess I'll also, out of character, get Naz, and also tell her what's been going on, sparing some details. Most
Certain
details. We're gonna find a robot, basically. And she's also going to hand her a bottle and be like, I want you to hold this for the rest of the journey, okay?
Naz just looks at the bottle, looks at Kat, looks at the dark circles under her eyes, just takes the bottle.
She smiles innocently.
Yeah. How do you want to spar? I mean, Ryland, you probably know the training facilities here better than I do.
What do you usually fight with, Nimbu?
Well, normally just my fists.
Just fists? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you mind if I use a staff? I know it gives
Not
me a
at
little
all.
bit of a reach, but I mean, we'll run by it first.
I'm used to sparring the students with staves.
Okay. I guess we should let's just get into it then. And I guess I guess we should just like roll an initiative and just like roll some attacks.
What's your monastery got?
I don't know, if you want to use some nunchuck use, we got some of those. We got plenty of staffs. There is wood all around here if you have noticed.
You see Kat in the background, like spinning a nunchuck. Naz, have you seen these things?
I didn't click
They
on
are
myself.
sticks with chains.
Hold on. Let me do that again. Whenever I hear like the animal sounds, I always imagine that it's airy. Here we go. Go ahead.
Ooh. All right, why not?
At
Go
the
ahead
monastery, like they say, ladies first.
and give me a couple of attacks. Or an attack. Sorry, give me your attacks.
Bring what you got, girl.
You ready? She's gonna put up two fists. It's gonna kind of circle you a little bit, and then pow pow. Oh, oops.
Are you bringing out the astral self?
Oh, no, I'm not. Maybe? Yes, we're gonna do it. So I did it. All of a sudden, the astral self comes out. You see these two, or it might be four, blue arms come out from her shoulders. But as they come out as fire and turn into these black, roiling, like lava-looking things. If you look too close at them, they seem like they have many eyes circling inside of them.
Let me see. Okay. Blessing.
Now that is something. I don't know where you trained, but our monks don't know any of that.
This is mine and my master's secret technique.
Let's see how you hold up against, some good old classic monk fighting though.
Quick, get her down before she uses the Kamehameha!
You did roll higher than me. I actually don't know how many astral strikes there are.
I'm assuming a 23 hits.
That does hit.
And everything is, non-lethal.
Oh yeah.
So, Ryland's just, gonna come up and be like, gonna kind of like fake a little bit left, and then just come back down on the right side with the staff. Give it a bonk on the shoulder.
You're good. You're
And
good.
He's
You
gonna
got it.
pause there for us and be like, "Gotcha." And I'm quicker than I look. And then he's gonna take that left hand off the staff and go for a jab. And
Oh no.
Would you say we're about 30 feet away from them?
Sure,
I
you're
would
probably
assume
observing from a short distance.
Okay.
Seeing you miss poorly like that, I'm gonna go for one more strike.
yeah, that one's gonna hit.
As soon as Nimue hits, Julius is gonna smirk a little bit and look at Aerie, and he's gonna whisper something to her in Draconic, and her eyes will flash blue, and you'll see her astral fist that's like this fiery color. All of a sudden, it'll wrap itself in electricity,
Oh shit.
doing 1 point of spark damage.
Hey, Yobiat, you became electric! Sparky!
Is that me? Looks around over her shoulder.
Is that you?
I don't know. It's never done that before.
Hey, Yobiat, you two are amazing.
You're good, Ryland. You're good.
Oh, you haven't seen what happens yet. Gonna bring that staff back and then up and back around, down and up. And he's gonna go for a little, like a little leg sweep, a little kick there at the end after
That'll
that
hit.
hit.
Since you're doing like the leg sweep kind of thing, should I roll dex for funsies? If I fall?
Yeah, why not if you want.
For the story.
Ooh. Yeah. So you go back and forth, trading a couple of blows, landing some hits, blocking some of them. Nimue is clearly packing some serious power far above and beyond what her ordinary appearance would belie. But it's also clear that Ryland is quick on his feet and swift to land a strike. He does go for the legs and attempts to sweep Nimue's out from under her, but she is swift enough to probably, even as her legs go flying, just catch herself with one hand that goes down to the ground and pushes back up. She's back on her feet.
I was just gonna chuckle like, I know you said you were here before. You must have seen some of those balance trainings the monks do.
Oh yeah. I'd come here and do them with the students in the morning. But you were good! She's going to come up to you. She's going to, like, outstretch one of her astral arms towards you to shake your hand. She has, like, kind of a glint in her eye.
Ron just kind of like, look around at first and be like, trying to grab it.
She shakes.
That was fun. Anyone else gonna do anything before we bed down for the night?
Oh, Kat, did you want to go? You should spy Ryland.
No. I had plenty fun watching. And my blade is not for training, yes?
I do have a rapier.
Not a good idea. out of respect. Spasibo. Please, let's go have food, yes? Well, maybe not drink, I may have gone a little too hard. Come on, Tovash! Come on!
Let's all eat together.
So Safine was buying a bunch of stuff while all that was happening, and you see Safine strolling back, basically carrying nothing, and each one of his zombies has a different type of pack, like a Dungeoneer's pack, or an Entertainer's pack, or Explorer's pack, and laid it down with all sorts of bullshit. Because the fiend doesn't have to carry it.
Well, if all y'all are ready for food and bed, I'll take you across the little river. We'll get some chow. And I mean, I know I got a place here, but if we're leaving out in the morning, I'm gonna spend the night with you guys.
Will they have the honey bread?
Oh, they'll probably have it going. You probably wake up to it, smell
Oof.
it walking through the air.
Okay, well, if you follow Ryland's lead, he can bring you over to where you'll be bunking. And you find that it is a peaceful and balmy evening as the sun sets over the Monastery of Eldath, the Monastery of the Peacekeepers. And you perhaps reflect that this may be your last moment, your last breath of peace for some time. Because it sounds like where you're headed, you're in for more than a touch of chaos. Alright, last calls before you hit the road in the morning.
After pee.
Nope. Did my thing.
Alright.
I think I'm ready to roll.
Just for story flavor, Nimue would probably go visit like one of the shrines to Eldath before we go and like sit and meditate for a moment before we head out.
Make her final prayers, okay.
Why do you phrase it like that?
Final prayers before departing? Before
Yeah,
departing.
that's what you meant.
What? No. I didn't mean anything like that. Not at all. Okay. Yeah, you can certainly do that. You can visit the shrine itself and offer up your prayers to Eldath.
I guess Kat would probably be chatting with Naz late into the night and taking care of Dima, then resting up herself.
Yeah, Naz mostly listens, but is always good company for such occasions, as you know. And simply seems to be quietly contemplating whatever it is that comes next. The following day, with all of your preparations made, you set out from the monastery and begin making your way west. You have quite a bit of ground to cover before you can even arrive at Tempest Pass. But you are, of course, provided with swift transportation. You can't travel with the official acknowledgement of the Lunapore government or its military forces, but you are provided with swift horses who are changed out for you at regular stopping points along the way to speed your journey as much as possible. There are only a few hours of resting, really just the bare minimum, before you push on again each day. And you soon arrive at the place where you've seen on the map that you've been looking at. It is a wild stretch of land. It's bordered on mountains to the west, and by two bodies of water. As you ride, occasionally you can get glimpses to the north where you see Urchin Bay and the Gulf of Mists further out. You can't see the Gulf of Kerma on the other side of the mountains, but you know that it's there. And probably even on that final day, as you're coming up, you can begin to see off in the distance great storm clouds that roll around in this tiny little isthmus of land surrounded by water and mountains that marks the boundary between two nations and two halves of a continent. The nearer you approach, the weather grows steadily worse. The great titanic trees of Lunapur begin to shake and sway with the constant blowing of the wind. Rain begins to descend upon you, a light drizzle at first, but as you go further and further west into the vicinity of the pass, it becomes a driving rain that you must shelter your faces from and keep your eyes protected as it stings from the force of it. As you take the road from the east side. Don't know why I'm struggling so much with my directions today. You see how the road moves right through the mountain passes and travels further and further west, and you know the route that you have planned for yourselves. But even through the stormy weather, which only looks to be worse inside the pass proper, you can see that there seems to be a settlement on the road ahead. It looks to be a small town, only really a collection of a dozen buildings or so, but it marks the entrance to Tempest Pass from the east.
You hear a cat calling out from under the storm. I'm assuming it's still a driving rain.
Mm-hmm.
Should we stop?
Let me take a look. And I guess that same Seven opens his coat, and that same sword you saw before, the one that kind of looks crystalline with like some little lights in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like has a little glow. He says, you hear him call out Disco again, and it pops out, and this like the lights in it kind of like come out from the blade and form like a symbol of an eye in the air that quickly fades into invisibility. And he's gonna send that invisible eye forward up to the town and just take a look around, see what's going on there.
Okay. So, at this point, you guys are still about 3 miles out from the town. You want to use that when you get a little closer, or do you want to... You're doing it from all the way out here?
I mean, we can continue to approach. I assume, like... Well, I don't know, like how long would it take us to get to the town? I assume that's only like 10 minutes or so.
3 miles, you will be arriving probably in about an hour if you're traveling.
Okay.
I'm assuming you're traveling on foot at this point. So.
Yeah, I'll wait till we get like half a mile out then.
Okay. That's fine.
While we're walking, I will go ahead. Since it's raining down hard, I will make a survival check. Mm-hmm. Maybe? I think this would be survival. to kind of see, like, looking at the land, seeing how recently the tempest has passed by.
Yeah, sure. Give me a survival check. All right, not bad. Yeah, from what you can see, this entire region looks like it's been exposed to torrential rainstorms for days upon days. You can't even begin to guess the how long this has been ongoing. But you see clear evidence on the mountainsides of mudslides, and even as you've been passing along this river here, these headwaters are swollen and muddy from runoff that has completely caused them to overflow their banks, and it's evident that this entire land is sodden. You even see like waterfalls gushing down with incredible force from high up on the mountains in places where it doesn't look like they would ordinarily be. So you suspect, with all of that taken into account, that the rain is pretty much continuous all throughout the valley, but you don't see any signs of anything that looks like it has immediately been, destroyed by the tempest. The signs of destruction look to be maybe a couple of days old, as best you can tell.
Gotcha. I'll kind of look at the land a little bit and then turn back. Rain here is continuous at this point right now. Nothing looks too bad as if from the tempest itself. Destruction here and everything. You can see the runoff down the hills, the mudslides, even up there at the river cops where it's overflowed a little bit. A few days at the most, but nothing as serious as the tempest has come through here yet. Not that I can tell anyway.
You make a good weatherman.
Partially cloudy skies to the
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Shall we go in? Rest for a little bit?
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna send the eye ahead.
You want to send the eye? Yeah, you're within range. You're within range to send the eye out before you close too near to it. The eye goes shooting out as the minutes pass. It keeps making its way up the road further and further. There's no range on that, right? It's just 30 feet per round.
There's no limit to how far away from you the eye can move.
Okay. So it can go 300 feet in a minute. 12. Yeah, so it can be there in a few minutes as it makes its way along the road. And what you see is that the town seems to be very quiet. It's clear that some of the buildings have been damaged. It looks like from wind. Roofs have been partially blown off, or a couple of structures have actually completely fallen in. They look like maybe they were the less stable kind of things, sheds for animals and stuff like that. But it's clear that this area has seen some devastation. There are no animals or people out in the streets, but you do take in some lights that are making their way through shuttered up windows, and you see a little bit of smoke rising from a couple of the chimneys. There's one in particular, it seems to be maybe a sort of inn or tavern or something that is definitely got smoke coming out of its chimneys.
I'm gonna send the eye skimming across the ground and then up to the window for one of the taverns. I'm looking for are there people here, or are these warforged? I'm wondering if any of the forces that took over the temple are still present here or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you have the eye give me a perception check? However that works. I don't know if you make the perception check or
yeah,
I guess you do it.
It doesn't have one, so I'll just give you mine.
Okay. If you're looking for any signs of what may have occurred here in the recent past, the rain has pretty much washed everything away. There's big puddles in the middle of town. Not much sign of tracks or signs of anyone who's come through. But you can peer in through a slit in one of the windows and see what appears to be mostly humans, a small group of them huddled around in the inn. They look a little miserable, and a couple of them look quite sodden, but they seem to be calm enough, at least for the moment.
All right. Well, I'll keep the eye perched at the side of the village that we would enter, just to make sure nobody's, that there's no action there as we approach. But I tell everybody, village looks safe, quiet. Just a few commoners. Should be fine.
Davai. Let's go see if we can find some shelter.
Crack on.
Guys, I know it's kind of a dreary day, but any of y'all want to hear a joke?
Always.
Da! Please.
I like jokes.
Why did the halfling stop dating his Warforged girlfriend?
Why?
She was too high maintenance.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you good. You good. Yes, that's very good.
Oh, I got loads of them. I can't wait for us to be on the road together, guys.
I like this one. This one's good. Yes, Nas? Let's go.
Don't ask me about the paladin later.
I'll remember.
And Julius. And Ryland. Safine. Alright.
How has Dima been faring in these rough lands?
Dima's been handling it fairly well so far.
He's a good boy.
Yeah, it's you've probably actually only ridden him part of the time to just spare him. You're planning to keep him with you, so easier for him to travel unburdened. But now that you're here in the valley and you are slowing your pace a little bit, you can mount up, and
I have been giving him many snacks.
And
I think 5.5 should come with a thing. Like, here's a bunch of mundane shit people with magic can do. Like, the rain doesn't touch them. This, that. Like...
You could use prestidigitation to, summon a little umbrella over your head.
And they can maintain three at a time, because that prestidigitation maintains 3 things. That's why you can poop other people's pants. You can soil an area of fabric and create a foul odor at the same time.
So you see, 5e has you covered, man. You're just not creative enough.
I don't think you can make something though. An umbrella?
Yeah, it can summon a trinket, which I'd assume a little 1-foot umbrella would be okay.
I'm thinking something that would go on a charm bracelet.
I mean, I think that's a very, very literal definition of trinket. Right. But, sure.
Well, ain't this just a cute little town? I've had some good people live here.
Are we have we been traveling long enough today that we're looking to take a short rest here, or are we just trying to pass through, or
let's see,
ask some questions of the commoners and then move on, or what's the plan here?
It's a good question. Let's say that by the time you have come upon this place, this is too peaceful.
I don't know about that. It reflects the scenery quite well there, Dean.
Yep.
Let's say that you come across this place in kind of the early part of the day, before noon.
Oh, we've really been skittering down this path.
Let's just. You guys want to just take a short rest here at the tavern and ask some questions of the locals, and then keep going. I think we could probably make it to that pass.
Windhold.
Yeah, we could probably make it to Windhold by the evening if we leave this afternoon, assuming we don't meet any trouble on the road.
Well, if y'all want to stop, I love talking to people.
Yeah, we can warm ourselves with some spirits, see what people have experienced here.
See if they know anything.
Is there any
We are
place?
doing job now. I don't drink heavy unless we are off job.
No, you just drink everything.
That is true. Yes, this is true.
What were you saying, Julius?
Is there anything that looks like an inn?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
saw
building on the south side is larger and definitely looks like an inn.
Julius is going to kind of start walking towards it, but he's also going to kind of look at the ground to see if there's any kind of footwork or anything, like if if the paths here have been used recently.
It sounds like we're all going to the inn, so.
Yeah. Kat is going to go ahead and dismount Dima and probably hitch him to a relatively covered place.
I reckon there's not much to do around here except conversate in the inn. So that's probably the best place to go, guys.
Julius will do the same thing with Airy and put Airy
Casually.
Maybe
in the stew.
maybe put Dima a little farther away from A. Still a little paranoid about the dragon eating my beloved horse.
The Airy will not eat your horse.
Yes, but
You
flexible.
won't eat the horse,
It's like
will
the
you,
monks say,
Airy?
it's better to err on the side of caution.
I like that one.
That was a good
That was
one.
pretty
I
good.
like that one.
You can give me Julius. You can give me a survival check if you're inspecting the ground around here. And meanwhile, Ryland.
Hey. Nice.
That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right at all. Uh-oh. What?
Uh-oh.
Hang on one second. Why is Safine's token set to be something completely different?
That is a conundrum.
Who would have guessed the theme being the BBEG? There's no red flag whatsoever.
I knew it the whole time.
I think there were a couple red flags, honestly.
There you go. That should take care of that.
Cool.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Okay.
Ez, do you want a drink?
Julius, you check the ground for tracks, and there's very little to go on, but the most you can say is it's unlikely that any large numbers of people have been through here recently. The mud is so thick and so waterlogged that you feel like people would be almost like slipping and falling into the ground in a way. And you can't imagine that like any large numbers of people are making their way through town here.
Got it.
22.
But Ryland, you can go up to the door of the tavern. If you go to push it open, you'll find that it is locked. Or barred or something. It doesn't open. A voice does call from within, though, when they hear that. A woman shouting out, "What do you want?"
Well, we were just hoping to get out of this rain a little bit, maybe get us some nourishment in the ways of food and drink before we get back on the road there, ma'am.
There's some...
We do have coin.
We do?
There's some quiet conversation from within, and then At the last mention there of coin, you hear the bar slide back. The door opens. And you see a few folk inside. The woman who opened the door. And a few others.
The Mordecai.
Is there like a bartender, or is that the woman who opened the door?
If you look around, it doesn't seem that the inn is operating under its sort of normal business functions. It seems to be dark. The fire is burning in the hearth, at least keeping the place warm and somewhat dry. But you mostly just see people sitting around, eyeing you cautiously. It looks like one of them in particular had been kind of like half poised to stand as the door was thrown open, but now that it's open and you guys start walking in, he just kind of cautiously sits back down. This guy down here.
Well, how do you do, miss?
How do you do? Who are you people? What are you doing here? You don't look like soldiers.
Oh, we're not
Travelers.
We're just coming from the Naleel Monastery. We're just traveling through. Thought we'd stop by for a little food and drink. Chit-chat with some of the regulars here. It's always good to learn about people's lives and experiences.
Lives? Well, we maybe had lives before. Not so much anymore.
Before what?
What is the problem? Yes.
She kind of looks at you all incredulously as you're all standing there, like sopping wet, dripping rainwater onto the floor, and she says, "It should be obvious, shouldn't it?"
Well, like I said, man, we're not really from around here. We're just traveling through, so we may be a little ignorant to what y'all got going on. But if it's something we can help with, by all means, let us know.
Well, unless you can change the weather and drive back the Warforged and make everything the way it was before, I'm not sure what you can do, but come in. You might as well get out of the rain. The man in the back's like, "I'm not sure that's a good idea, Talla." She says, "Oh, leave it be. They're just as soaking wet as any of us. Let them get dry at least."
We're not here for trouble. We're just heading to Windhold, and we're interested. Anything you could tell us, make it a safer journey.
Windhold. Yeah, sure. You're heading to your deaths then.
Well, is it a happy ride?
I've been there a few times.
What he means to say is there's Warforged there. I haven't seen them myself, but there were people who were fleeing from the fortress. Some of them, Lunapur soldiers, looked like, who were escaping from the attack and making their way out of the valley. That was days and days ago, though. I haven't seen anyone else come this way since then.
Well, that is some mighty troubling news.
Have any of the Warforged tried to march through here?
No, thank the spirits, no. They've stayed out of this part of the valley as far as I can tell. But I don't know. Sometimes we see folks moving around in numbers out in the valley. Don't know whether they're friend or foe.
Did any of the refugees stay here? Still here in this town?
As far as I can tell, there's some other troops, some other Lunapore soldiers who remain a little further north at a farm. It's just us locals here. Although some have already fled, others are staying. This is my inn, and I refuse to abandon it to a little typhoon or invasion.
That is that is very admirable. Yes, these soldiers to the north, are they friendly? Willing to do a little fighting?
Well, they are bearing the standards and the colors of Lunapore. They should be our men. They should be protecting us. I don't know what they're doing there precisely, but
Pat, we can't go involved in nations that this may not involve.
Well, we shall see.
So, I've got a question. So, nobody's got really anything to drink, and it's kind of been run dry here, right?
we do have some food left. I'm afraid
Oh,
it's
I was
the old
asking out of
stocks.
character. What I was looking at. Out of character.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely not running. It's not open for business at the moment. If you offer coin up, they will. They do have some stock left that they can spare, especially if you can pay for it. But yeah, it's not like this is a busy tavern and they're serving drinks like normal or something.
Yeah, because what's it called? I picked up some wine. And thing, I got 4 wineskins that I'm gonna bring back in. This is all bullshit role playing. But I'm not gonna let a proprietor be down on her luck under my eye.
Aw.
Because you do whatever you want, you do whatever you can to stay by your establishment. So I'm gonna come back in with 2 wineskins in each hand and just say, it's not much, but I think we could all use a little bit of drink from one bar owner to another. And I'm just gonna pass the wineskins around.
That is a kind gesture, friend. What is your name again?
Safine.
Safine.
And
Safine.
I don't know the specific city that I was in.
I don't
That's
think any of
okay.
us know the city.
Yeah.
That's
No,
okay.
that was the that was Mark. I was like, I don't know the hometown. The big undead city.
You look like you are from far to the west of here.
Yes, quite. Trying to figure out what this tempest is all about.
So I guess if we're resting here for a while, I'm probably going to take my arcane eye and just send it west along the road while we're talking, and see if I can just spot anything out ahead. Don't know if I'll be able to make it as far as the soldiers that she mentioned, but just scout ahead a bit.
Okay. Let me do a little quick math, especially if this is something that you'll be using regularly. Let me just get a sense of how fast this thing can actually move. So it goes 300 feet per minute, which means it goes 1,800 feet per hour.
I think you're missing a 0 there.
Sorry, 18,000. Yeah. Okay, so it travels about 3.5 miles an hour.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So you already had it cover like a half mile into town here, and then let's say that it can cover another 3 miles up the road. It will keep making its way along the path over the course of the remainder of the hour that it's active. And throughout that time, it won't see any signs of enemies or danger, but it does get a glimpse a little further up the valley, rounding the mountain passes, and you can see that while the weather is poor everywhere and visibility is not good, no matter where you look, there seems to be a conflux of wind and rain and clouds far off at the north end of Tempest Pass. And you realize that there must be what everyone keeps referring to as the typhoon. Let me show you where on the map you're looking really quick.
Oh boy. All right. Well, that's that's good to know. Glad I scouted that.
Where is it?
Huh.
It's to the yeah. I'll tell you guys what I've scouted, but the Eye of the Storm looks like it covers the entire region just to the south of the temple that we're headed to. Doesn't look like there would be any way to avoid it if we want to get to the temple.
So you mean the Eye of the
Fucking
Storm's over
course.
the watch line?
It's just north of the watch line, and the northern edge of it is right over the temple. The Eye is somewhere in between.
I see what you're saying now. That
I
is
will be
mighty
up.
concerning.
Okay.
But even as the rest of you are, as Seven is concentrating on this, and the rest of you are sort of resting up, the folk there are very satisfied to share a little bit of drink and to know that there's at least someone on the road, someone trying to do something. They don't seem to be particularly hopeful or to know much about what's going on, but at some point, the proprietor of the inn, Talla, will call out across the town square, and you'll see a man make his way out of one of the other buildings to the north. He appears right about here. And he will come trudging across the center of the town square, very carefully choosing his footsteps so as not to sink into the mud. And then he will make his way into the tavern. And she basically introduces this man as a town's leader. His name is Oba. And Oba is give it his name real quick. And Oba comes in. She explains quickly the situation. This group has come from Lunapur and are looking to help. And he says,
that is very good. We've been isolated here for days, weeks, ever since the storm came to pass. We are in somewhat of a troubled way. Only a handful of the people remain in the village. Some of them because they're too obstinate to leave. Others because they can't. Situation is not good, Talla. I don't know how long Maruka has with us. Not if we can't get her out of here.
What seems to be going on there, mate?
Who do you need to get out of here?
There's a sick woman here in town. Her name is Maruka. She's half orc. There is a certain herb that she takes regularly as medicine that keeps her health from declining. Normally, it's not difficult for us to send someone out into the pass, even up into the mountains where it grows, to find the herb, bring it down, and she can take it. But with the rain up in the mountains, the wind blows terribly. As soon as you begin to ascend the slopes, it's not safe going up there. I've been hoping that someone might come through town, medicine man or woman. But we've not seen anything like that. I don't suppose any of you happen to be trained in the healing arts.
Well, sir, you are in luck. You can say I got the touch of Eldath in me sometimes.
Your monastery specializes in that, right?
We do.
I know a little touch of healing here and there. It's nothing great, but I can do a little bit.
It is not simply a cut or an injury that can be healed so easily, but maybe if you can do something to give her time or to ease her suffering, it would be good for the people of this village, those who are left.
What did you say was afflicting her?
It's a condition that she has suffered with for many years now, but the herbs have kept her healthy enough, at least.
Well, I'd love to pay her a little visit, see if there's anything I can do for her.
The herb she needs is called it's called Mountain Bloom. It can be found in the mountains around here. When it's ground up, it can be administered in water, and she can consume it.
And what did you say this lady's name was again?
Her name is Maruka.
Maruka. Understood. Well, on our travels, I will keep an eye out for this mountain bloom. And,
How pressing's the emergency of it? Is it something that it's within a few hours that she needs it, or how pressing are we on time?
I am no healer myself, so it's difficult for me to say, but I've never seen her this bad before. I can't imagine that she'll make it more than a few days, maybe a week at most.
that sounds like plenty of time for us to do our thing. Save your village. And do everything else the world needs us to do.
You are very optimistic, Ryland.
I can only hope so.
We will be going through the mountains, so might as well.
There's also a another figure here, a gnome who is kind of looking up at all of you and observing. He looks old even for a gnome, and you suspect he's probably lived in this valley for, well, many years. Probably outlives everyone else in this valley by a matter of centuries. And he comes up to who's he gonna approach? Who was it who said they were trying to end the Tempest?
Well, I believe that there would have been our buddy Zephine.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Investigating the Tempest? Was that not you, Zephine?
Yeah, I said we were looking into it.
You were looking into it. Okay. Yeah, he comes up to you and he says,
You want to know about the Tempest, the Typhoon? You want to find out more about it?
Well, I figured if we were passing through, it's best to talk to somebody who knows a lot about it.
I've lived in this valley for 214 years, and I can tell you I've never seen anything like it. But my father, and my father's father, they used to speak of the ghostlight. Have you heard of the ghostlights?
History or nature?
history.
Ooh.
Could I also, overhearing it, roll a history check?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I'm kind of curious too.
Where's my...
Roly-doly.
Julius.
Let me just toss this history check out.
Julius has no idea about the ghost lights.
You can
Um,
this is his specialty.
Someone paid attention in history class.
Wow.
Can't say that I really know what the ghost lights are, sir.
Well, only two of us are... No, I guess... Cat.
I'm just overhearing, so...
Well, Seven, Cat, and Ryland all have at least heard of the ghost lights, although knowing much about them, even learned in history you may be, they are mysterious objects. The gnome will recount a little bit and sort of confirm a lot of the general lore you already know. He says,
They're magical lights that are dotted around the lands all across London, and in other lands too, I've heard it said. They rise up from towers or temples. They say each one is different. Nobody knows who built them, how long ago, or why, but there's some who claim, like my grandfather did, that the lights from them, they keep the tides of magic still and the spirits calm. I think something has happened at the north end of Tempest Pass, where the ghost light stands. This storm is magic in nature, yes. The spirits are angry, yes. It can only be because something has happened to the ghost light.
I'd definitely like to take a look at it. I think that's important for us to check out.
Well, maybe something's happening with the yielding heart up there.
Talla comes over and she's like, I'm sorry about him. He's old and a little senile. He's been going on about this ever since the weather took a turn for the worse.
We do not talk down to our elderly. They're
I've
full
even
of
considered.
knowledge and wisdom.
You hear that,
Being
Talla?
exonerated.
I like this one.
This one speaks truly, yes?
This gnome here has knowledge that if you do not take the time to learn, will be lost to your next generation. About life in this valley.
It's your stories, your history.
Talla says, maybe, but he's also a bit of a crock.
Oh yes, that does happen too.
Look to the north. You'll see the tower rising there from the mountains. There lies the ghostlight. And I will go ahead and add it to your map for you.
Not too far out of our way. But that is pretty far, yes?
Oh, miles.
Well, there ain't
Hey.
nowhere these feet can't take me.
Hey, you'll be out.
Y'all should see me walk across water.
I would very much like to see that.
Well, you might not. It's tall tale. I made it for myself. But if you hear it,
Tall
repeat
tales.
it.
Tall tales.
Right.
Tales that are tall.
Yes.
So you goes kids in the hall. I can heal the crippled with prosthesis and walk on water when it freezes.
Well, yeah, should we skedaddle on down the road? We got a farm with an appointment waiting for us.
I'm inclined to agree, yes.
Why is the farm relevant?
We can find out what happens and how many warforged may be in this fortress. Duh.
The fortress has been taken. There's nothing for us there. I think we should just make for the monastery.
Well,
We may need
might
to know
not
what
need to go
weapons.
to the fortress, but it would be awfully good to know what's there.
And how these warforged fight? Duh.
We're not here to fight them. We're here to negotiate with the Jidaji.
But it might be unavoidable.
I think it's very avoidable by not going there.
Well,
Let's check it out.
We're gonna have to go there eventually because probably the Warforged's there. Good chance Jidadi's there.
Yep. This is Judea.
There's a chance the shiny dude's there.
Rudy.
Jidaji. Duh.
Isn't it more likely he's at the temple?
Well, I've heard reports
I
of
thought
the
that-
temple being taken over.
I thought we were going to the temple. No?
I mean, I gotta go check on something at the temple. I don't think the temple's been taken though.
So, point of clarification, wasn't that what they had explained to us, that he took the temple and subjugated the monks there?
Right, that's
Yes,
what I thought would happen.
they said that Jiddaji crossed the border and attacked the Yielding Heart monastery.
Right.
Yes.
Well, now I am concerned.
So, I mean, I
But
guess
these commoners here in town have also said that the Warforged have taken Windhold too.
So Windhold just sounds like if it provided us a pass that we could avoid the watch line, then it might have been worth it. But now that it's just a fortress and a mountain path that's already controlled by the people we don't want to fight, we just want to speak to their leader. I think it's like a huge waste of time to try to break through.
On the other hand, I mean, the watch line, 44 big-ass golems guarding a river?
Yeah, that's
It
good
sounds like
stuff.
a rock and another bigger rock.
Oh, I just saw the Guardians on the map. If you zoom in all the way.
So, I mean, if we want to parlay with the guys up in Windhold, or we want to parlay with the Jetagy, might as well talk to the people up in Windhold.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to the Guardians if we go to the right at all. Even if you take the route to the right, the Guardians are on the map spanning that entire river, just about.
So, I mean, if our goal is negotiation, we should go to Windhold just so we can talk to someone.
Or go to the monastery so we can talk to the person we want to talk to.
Problem is
Across the watch line.
Yeah, but I mean, unless you think there's going to be no conflict trying to pass through this fortress that's been taken over by Warforged, then we're facing conflict either way. So it seems like, we're just going out of our way to do it at the fortress.
Okay.
Which is probably, I don't know. I mean, a fortress is a little more intimidating if we need to break our way through it, right? It sounds a little tricky.
So you're saying that we are... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We might could talk our way through.
So it's a question now of whether or not we want to go towards the watch line and go towards Windhold, the fortress.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's our... There's definitely a fork in the road there. We can try to pass through the fortress and then cut around the pass, still have to go to the storm and go up to the monastery, most likely.
Right.
Or we can just brave the watch line and go straight to the monastery.
Thought. Do we want to go up to the watch line and see what it even looks like? And see if we have a chance?
In Kamyok, nobody talked about the watch line other than, hey, they're psycho.
Yeah.
Right?
They said they were guardians who usually recognize friend
right.
from foe, but have been acting chaotic lately.
Right, and they're attacking everyone on sight.
I mean, the guardians may not actually be a tougher foe than the Warforged in a fortress.
True.
Mm-hmm.
True.
With crossbows that fall back.
Right, or
There's just going to be a giant
launchers
crossbow.
or whatever the hell they use.
A giant crossbow hidden in the mountain.
They have crossbows everywhere.
We're doing
All of them have crossbows.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to see what these Warforged look like and do when we see them.
Well, I think they're shiny.
We might have a chance. We may have a chance to know our enemy if we go towards the Warforged.
Well, there is a fork in the road. You can always head out and get a sense of what the area looks like from there, and then make your choice.
No, we have plenty of more road to go.
And also, these guardians are spread out across the way, correct? So the likelihood of us having to fight all 44?
Yeah, the 44 span the entire pass, so we're probably just going to have to make a break past, a few of them.
Yeah, we just run past. No big deal, right?
Right.
Or destroy them.
Or
We can
destroy
send
them.
the horses through and watch as they get smashed to pieces. We can sneak around the side.
I would not like to do that to Dima, but your horse is fair, sure.
Well, let's just stop on by the farm just in case. There might be.
You know, if you bring them back, you don't need to feed them.
I want to talk to you there.
To the farm.
Dima is a good boy.
All right. You can head out from the town, which you learn is named Myok, and you can make your way further.
Before I leave, I'm gonna give Talla about 15 gold for hospitality.
I was gonna sneak her 5 platinum actually,
Whoa! Yeah, she'll say, "Oh, yes."
and I'm gonna whisper like, don't show anybody, but I can't do the fiend really quietly. Just whisper to her to take care and don't give up hope on keeping her establishment going.
She certainly appreciates that offer and is incredibly grateful for that very generous payment for the very meager fare that she's able to give.
Yeah, I'm not trying to show you up there, Kevin. Just
No,
you know,
it's okay. Generosity's generosity. It's welcome by everyone.
bar owner to bar owner.
Julius will put, not seeing what these guys are doing, Julius will After eating, after drinking, and everything, he'll put about 5 gold pieces down as well, which is way more than what
Cat is seeing all the
is
people
worth.
put down gold and just puts down 1 gold in confusion, and just like gets up and is like, "That's Videmia," and she walks out.
Seven just
Yeah.
groans at all of you and leaves.
I will leave some gold for what we've eaten.
Talla is like,
is this a custom? We all try to outbid each other with the gold. Yes?
Oh, no, I always try and help out the good people in every village I go by. You know, I get rewards for doing the things that the village asks me, and I just like to give them back to them.
Honestly, that was just for.
like to run a bar in a hard time.
Honestly, that was force a habit. Usually, I'm paying for damages.
Da.
Fair.
I think you may be all a little screw loose. Yes,
What's
But
gold mean
I like
if
you.
can roam the land and meet the people.
To just do kind things for other people.
Cat,
Nothing wrong with doing a kindness. Speaking of
Cat.
who,
Cat.
Hmm?
Have you ever worked for coin?
Da. Very much so. Yes,
What's that like?
exhilarating.
But you understand how easy we have it in our kingdom.
Not in the front lines, no. But I see what you are saying. Setting.
as
boy.
as we're moving around, he would have been keeping a close eye for any spots of blue bloom.
Mountain Bloom.
Mountain bloom.
Mountain bloom. Well, do you happen to have proficiency with herbalism?
I do not have proficiency with herbalism, but I have
You
survival and
mentioned it. I
perception.
surely do not.
Yeah. Well, if any of you wants to give me, if you have herbalist kit, you can give me a check with that, or you can just give me a nature check. I'll take either.
I will try nature, but that's not my forte.
Good luck.
I'm
Hey!
Hey!
That's what we needed.
The flowers
right,
are
Lynch.
blooming today. There are mountain flowers, there are other flowers. It's a very confusing time for me.
It's very gorgeous, yes.
Yeah, both Julius and Safine have heard of mountain bloom before, and as the name suggests, it's usually only found at the higher elevations and rockier soil. So you suspect that you won't stumble across any of it down on the valley floor here, but maybe if you were to go climbing up into the hills and the mountains a bit more, you would come across it. Although you do have to admit, as you look up, you can see that at the higher elevations, the wind is whipping around horrendously. You can see any like vegetation up there just getting blown back and forth, and it's basically shredded at this point. So it does not seem like an easy prospect, but it does seem to be where you would expect to find this stuff.
Julius, why don't you send Ari up on near the peaks, see if he can't spot some. He seems like a smart creature.
She probably could spot some. She doesn't have a lot of vision cover at night. However, we did say the eye of the storm was it yielding heart, correct?
Well, actually, that's something that I'm about to tell you guys about. As you spent the last couple hours making your way deeper into the valley, you've seen that the storm is not a stationary thing, but it is on the move. And over the course of those 2 hours, it is blowing in your direction.
It's us!
Rumbling down out of the mountains and makes its way over here.
Oh, man.
The storm's getting worse in that area.
I feel like something knows we're coming, right?
But yet it's following us.
I suggest we head towards Windhold then.
well.
Farmhouse, perhaps, and then we reassess at the fork.
Yeah, a couple miles away, basically right at the edge of the torrential weather, you can just make out a structure. It looks like a collection of structures, including maybe a barn.
Do you think I should prepare the hut just in case as we approach the what's it called? The hut.
Maybe it.
I reckon that
Yeah,
farmhouse is going to provide pretty good protection. I don't foresee anything bad happening to us there. But, you know,
Depends
maybe
on-
we want to be a little extra safe.
Yeah, if these winds are really strong, we might need something magical.
I mean, Cat might as well just put Dima in there just to be sure.
And it is good idea that.
We can tie the. Let's go see what we
We
have.
can probably wait out the storm
Up
until
at
it
this.
passes us at the farmhouse.
Mhm.
And that way we see how fast it moves. That. And we also see if it is indeed following us. That. Yes.
So you want to try and beat the storm to the farmhouse and shelter out there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you.
Are we all still riding horses? Or is it?
I'm
just me
assuming
on
at
the
this
horse?
point it's only you who's mounted.
Oh, Naz didn't bring it. Where is Naz? Is she
Oh,
here?
Naz. Yeah, Naz is with you. Naz
Okay.
is probably.
If we're both mounted, I'd say that we can go scout. I guess I don't know. I don't want to split up. That's the last thing I want to do. So
Sounds like you shouldn't be scouting then.
yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll just quickly move towards the
I'll-
barn.
All right.
Julius will dismount from Airy, and Julius and Airy will go scout ahead.
You're going to be on the same speed
Well,
as us.
we're gonna be at the same speed. That's
Is
the point
this-
of us.
Is this
dismounting.
difficult? Is this difficult terrain?
No.
So as long as you stick to the ground, you can travel normally. But if you try to fly at any more than 50 feet of elevation, the winds begin to become prohibitively strong.
I can't fly on the dragon yet, so the dragon's stuck to the ground. I was just asking for the ground. Is it difficult terrain?
No, it's not considered difficult terrain. Overland, sticking to the roads, it's your normal travel pace is 3 miles an hour. You can accelerate it at a quickened pace to 4, or slow down, especially if you're like trying to be stealthy. You can slow to 2. But if you leave the roads, then everything kind of bumps down 1 level. Normal pace is 2 miles an hour. Slow is 1. Fast is 3.
Yeah, it's probably best if we all show up and not like, you know, a dragon starts circling the farmhouse or anything before we get there.
Rob, good idea. If even then, I think that Naz and I would probably be a little bit farther ahead of the party and
Just
probably
in general, kind of ranging
just-
ahead.
Yeah, ranging ahead, just seeing
All
if there's
right.
any roadblocks or anything around.
Okay. That is fine. You can do that. You can take the lead then and scout a little ways ahead of everyone else. And you are pushing a little bit closer, trying to make for the farmhouse. You can see that it is kind of right at the edge of this wall, this curtain of rain that is just coming down and blotting out your view of the valley further north. When I would like to know what Naz and oh, you don't have stats for Naz, do you?
I do not have stats for Naz. Do you
Okay.
want me to make stats for Naz?
No, I do not want you to make stats for Naz.
Ones across the board. Naz is his sleeper, you know.
Let's assume that Naz, for the moment, is a non-combatant, but we'll deal with that later. I would like you, however, to give me a perception check.
Oh, nah. Cat's not great at these.
Oh, you're the one scouting ahead. Now you're telling me you're.
No, it's okay.
You rolled a 19.
She's also lucky, so.
Yeah. A little further ahead on the road, you can see that there is some sort of strange disturbance in the air. The rain seems to be whipping around
in kind of strange ways, and there's even a sort of flowing shimmer is the best way you can put it. It almost looks like fog, if fog had a glow to it.
Does it look... I don't know how to ask this question. Does it look... what is it doing exactly? It's just flowing around within the disturbance.
It almost looks like it almost looks like it's blowing around in the wind, although it doesn't seem to be moving in concert with the wind or the trees kind of blowing around it. It seems to be whipping around in different directions. I'd take an Arcana check from you.
If there's one thing this cat doesn't know, it's Arcana. But sure. Why not?
Yeah, you have no idea what it is.
Okay. Does it look like does it look like maybe something is moving within the clouds, like something against it, like maybe like a creature, a dragon, a wind dragon?
It doesn't quite seem to move with the wind. That's the best you can say.
Hey yo, a rogue wind.
It's a dragon.
I don't know. But I guess she looks to Naz and yells over the wind, "I bet you never expected to be here, eh, Naz?" And she just kind of whips Dima's reins and pushes him forward.
Yeah, Naz shakes her head. Should we go back and tell the others?
Hey, you think we'll beat the storm to the barn?
Hard to say, but we also don't know what that is.
That's true.
Feeling.
That's true. Good idea. And she turns around and rides back, and then she's going to just kind of half yell in whatever language that she's been speaking in. Back to whoever looks like they're the most advanced with magic. Probably to the grumpy one, she would call him. There is a rogue wind inside the storm.
Did you say a rogue wind?
Yes, it looks like it's not with the other winds, and it's moving around on its own.
You think it's doing something?
Like an eddy?
I don't know this word.
He just grunts.
You can give me an Arcana check if you like. Yeah, you think you've heard of things like this before. Maybe not seen this phenomenon with your own eyes, but at least have studied it. You suspect it's a ripple or some sort of disturbance in the tides of magic, which are somewhat connected to the material world, but also exist in their own reality. And the two can influence each other, as you're well aware. But the tides of magic are sort of their own force. You suspect from what he's describing that there must be something within the tides in that area that's causing that disturbance to make it actually like physically manifest and become visible on your material plane.
Yeah, he's kind of gruff. He's not going to explain all that. He's going to say, could be a ripple in the tides. Be careful with your magic.
By the divine,
Is it dangerous?
the heads up.
Is it dangerous, Seven?
Not typically. In extreme cases, strange phenomena are possible.
If we are going to make it to the barn, we must go, Davai.
Some would say
The storm will be
it's
upon it.
strange phenomena.
Okay. You, the cat kind of digs her heels into Dima a little bit and leads the rest of you on. You keep pushing along the road, and as the group of you make your way further along, you can all see that strange ripple, almost like an aura or an aurora in the air, but down at ground level. And suddenly, the ripple begins moving very rapidly in your direction.
How far away is it?
It washes over you overhead. You can see it actually like ripple through the trees and cause them to shift and shake, and some of the leaves even seem to change color slightly as it passes, yellowing or going brown as it washes over them. And it ripples over you as well. And as it passes by, you can see that it has left something in its wake. Something which I'm going to need you to roll initiative for.
No, no.
Well,
Fucking
wait, we
chemtrails.
need tokens to click on.
That's all right.
Now, some say you might have prepared for this, Anthony. By the divine, Eldath will be taking no part in this.
Ayo, Beat. This is gonna be great.
I do not need to roll for the dragon because the dragon takes its turn immediately after mine.
Got it.
And I control all 3 of my zombies with a bonus action.
I actually have no
I have
idea
to
what
give
I
a
do with
command.
the horse. I have no idea how this impacts me whatsoever.
So
You are mounted. You are using mounted combat rules. Basically.
Oh, cool. Let me just.
I'm sure that's precisely what you wanted to know. Yeah, basically it means that you can use you can give the creature orders on your turn. Its initiative becomes the same as yours. And when you give it commands, I think you can order it to dash, disengage, or dodge. And basically it moves you on your turn.
Cool.
Would be a shame
But-
if your little pony died.
I would be very upset by that. I would kill everyone in this room and then myself.
If you don't control the creature, though, it acts on its own. It can act as an uncontrolled mount and basically make its own decisions.
Understood.
So, I see your initiative rolls. I need to make a couple of my
Couple?
own.
Anthony?
This is so unexpected.
We're level 8. We're fine. We're
What does it
gods.
Rudderkin?
Rudderkin?
Yeah, it's like Butterkin, but with an R.
Ghost?
Ghost.
Uh-oh.
A spook?
Ghost.
And the ghosts are spooky.
Nurglid.
Now, I don't know what a Nurglid is. I ain't never read about, heard about, seen it. Y'all.
Nurglurg.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
It's a Nurglurg, an
Uh-oh.
air elemental. Uh-oh.
I have
Spaghetti-o.
heard about those elementals, and they do not seem like fun.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
I'm imagining we're having this maelstrom, this massive wall of storm, like gathering in front of us.
Yeah, there's the ripple. As I said, it kind of washes over and dissipates as it hits you, and these 4 beings appear simultaneously. Why did you shrink? That is not helpful to me. Okay, and you need to be the correct size.
Noggles.
Exactly what they are.
And
It's the Noggles.
let's see what we've got here.
Who are you planning on binding? I think I may.
Oh, you know who you want to bind.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Uh-oh.
that's who she wants to bind.
The very first thing that happens as these beings begin to manifest is you see a vortex of wind form catching up all of the leaves and branches around it, kicking up dirt on the ground. As a being of pure wind begins to spin wildly. And it flies straight at the nearest of you. It completely engulfs both Kat and Dima. And then I'm going to need both you and Dima to give me strength saving throws.
I'm pretty good at that, but I actually don't know what his bonus would be.
He is a warhorse, right?
Yes.
Not a mule.
No. I think it. Well, he has a plus 4 bonus.
Yeah,
plus 4 to strength. So 22.
All right. Both of you manage to keep your footing, and you stay mounted on Dima. You feel the winds grabbing at you, almost as if they were a sentient force trying to rip you from your mount, but you stay seated. Let's see. All right, that's it for the moment.
Well, this is fun.
Julius, it's your turn.
Alrighty, so Julius is going to bonus action, use a first level spell slot. He's going to go ahead and Hunter's Mark this air elemental.
Alright. Target it with the Hunter's Mark.
Yep, you'll target it with the Hunter's Mark. Then, first shot, he's going to go ahead, pull out his bow, launch back, and knock an arrow in it. And he's going to go ahead and make a shot with Sharpshooter.
Nice.
Nice.
And starts off with a critical hit.
Alright, so this is this, then I'm going to add the 1d6 from the Hunter's Mark.
So, we're going to go ahead and do something a little different in this game when it comes to things like critical hits and critical failures. I have some decks.
Oh!
I was like, are we neutering it?
Wait, did you say Dex as in D-E-X or Dex?
I have some D-E-C-K decks.
Oh!
Rylan,
Including
you can do
one-
whatever you want.
I heard that.
Which is a critical hit deck for players. So rather than the double damage that it normally deals, we're going to go ahead and draw a card from this deck.
Ooh.
Cool.
Now the deck sometimes they tend to be very situational things. So sometimes they'll do cool things that are specific to certain enemies. Sometimes they won't do much at all. Sometimes they'll do a whole lot. So it randomizes things a little bit.
Anthony, you can only make me so in love with you. Honestly.
So your longbow, the very first attack roll, mind you, of this campaign is a critical hit.
Yeah!
And
Good luck.
you score a ranged or piercing attack is really what's important here.
It is a magical piercing attack.
Alright. And it will deal not the typical 2-die roll, but in this case, just maximum damage as you strike the elemental between the shoulders. So go ahead and you normally roll a d8, so just assume that you rolled an 8 on that die.
So
just-
8... Okay. So
Oh,
8,
and you're on your Hunter's Mark too, I suppose, since you used that.
So, okay, yeah, so 8 and 8 is 16. Plus 6 and 6 is 12. 16 and 12 is 28. I would not double the 10 from sharpshooter, would I? No.
Nope.
No,
So
it's
that's
only
20
only the die that double.
28, 38. 38 plus 5 is 43 points of damage. Piercing, magical piercing damage.
All right, hang on. Let's review that for a second. So you've got your weapon die, which is the D8, right?
Yes.
And then you've got Hunter's Mark, which is an additional D6. Okay, and then where is everything else coming from?
So
That's 14.
So 8 and 8 is 16.
Well, no. So you don't with the critical hit cards. You don't do double. You don't double the die.
Never mind. Okay, so 8, 6. 8 and 6 is 14. 14 and 10 is 24. 24 plus 5 is 29. However, my dragon still has a reaction.
Okay.
My dragon's reaction, her eyes will glow blue, and the arrow that knocks back will be infused with her lightning energy, dealing another d6 worth of lightning damage.
And that's something she can do on a hit?
That is something she can do as a reaction as long as an ally within 30 feet of her hits.
Okay. So I'm not going to say that that's part of the crit damage as well, because
that's fine.
It's her own damage. Unless it says that it adds it to the weapon damage or something.
Let me double check the exact wording on that for you real quick. I have it right here. Infused strikes. When another creature within 30 feet of the Drake that it can see hits a target with a weapon attack, the Drake infuses the strike with its essence, causing the target to take an extra 1d6 damage of the type determined by its draconic essence, which in this case is lightning.
Okay. It's infusing the weapon. I'll give it to you. So that is going to be an additional 6 on top of everything for, I think, a total of 34 points of damage.
Yes.
All right.
Let me double check again. 8, 14, 24, 29, 29 and 6, for 29 and another 6 is 35.
Oh, 39 and 6. Okay, yeah, 35. All right, big first shot from Julius before anything else has even happened. What else would you like to do? Anything?
He's going to stay right there. Since I cannot use the bonus action for the Drake to make an attack, my Drake is going to go ahead and move up here, and it will take the dodge action.
All right, Drake is dodging. And is that Julius' turn?
That is his whole turn. No, wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. I'm over level 5. I get a second attack. I forgot.
All right.
I'm not used to playing above level 5. I apologize. Fuck it. Sharpshooter again. Let's go.
No.
Damn!
All right, the 9 will miss as the second arrow is caught by the wind and flies off.
That's fine. Huge damage.
Huge damage on the first hit.
Next up, let's go, Sven.
7.
7, my bad.
It's going...
Let's go, Sven.
What?
The next
so
up
confused.
is going to be a creature which manifests and appears to the north of you. It looks almost like a gigantic, flabby toad, but covered in warty flesh with what look like spiky growths coming out of it. It will take a few... Well, no. It's actually going to stay right where it is. And... it is going to leap forward. It bounds through the air. And it'll just take a little hop this way. Getting more behind you. So sorry, right here. And it is going to open up that tremendous, horrifying mouth of his and try to bite down on Julius.
Oh god.
Oh, but it is only an 8 to hit. Very sad, as it gnashes its great big teeth down on you, and you get this awful stench from its breath. It begins speaking. It begins speaking in a strange tongue.
What tongue?
What do you speak?
I speak the following languages. I speak Common, Elvish, Dragonic, Infernal, Dwarvish, Giant, and Halfling.
Well, you know Infernal, and so you can understand it when it says to you, "Your spirit will sustain me."
Oh, shit.
Cat, you're up.
Well... Okay, I don't know much about air elementals, I'll be completely frank. But Kat is definitely going to just draw her sword. If she doesn't think that she's going to go flying off of Dima again, Dima's just going to go ahead and take the dodge action. And she is going to attack with her blade. You know what? She's going to do Great Weapon Master.
Oh!
So that's a 19 to hit?
The 19 hits.
Alright. With that Great Weapon Master, that is 22 damage.
Alright.
Should be magical piercing.
Magical
slashing,
piercing damage.
Magical slashing.
With your magical blade, slice right through the elemental, which parts at its edge. It seems to dissipate for a moment, but then comes back all the stronger as if determined to bring you down.
You just hear laughing from over the winds as she slices with her family blade again. Just a 16 hit?
A 16 hits.
Alright. Another 10 damage.
Another 10 points of slashing damage as you hack into the elemental. Something else is manifesting just beside the elemental.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It looks like a spirit. It is clad in what appears to be the garb of a holy man or woman. It's a little hard to tell exactly what it is in this ethereal form, but it drifts forward, staring at Nimue.
Oh, does it pass me?
It comes to right where it is.
Oh, okay.
It's
making sure.
Opportunity attack.
It stops right there.
Just,
No, it's not.
I'm just making sure.
And I'm going to need everyone, and I mean everyone, to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
$15's not bad.
I'll need
Sorry,
one.
that was, didn't mean to be on. I don't know why that goes private to you. That's weird.
You whisper everything, man.
It's
Yeah.
You whisper
No,
everything.
I'm on public right now. I'm on public.
You might want to turn off the little toggle function.
No,
Maybe
it's-
What do you have?
No, it's-
What set to whisper rolls to GM set to?
No, it's from D&D Beyond, that's the thing. That's
Oh.
what... That's what...
Well,
that-
If
no,
you're doing
it's
it from
not.
D&D Beyond, click the Beyond 20, and then
Yeah,
in there
yeah.
there's a bunch of settings.
That's about as good as my zombie rolled.
Actually, the one thing that doesn't have to roll against this ability are the zombies themselves. So,
Oh, cool.
Does the Drake need to roll?
Yeah, the Drake needs to roll too.
Oh shit, does the horse need to roll?
The horse needs to roll too. You bring a
Fuck.
horse to battle, it's gonna need to make the wisdom saves.
Shit! It's a -4. No, wait, that's a +1, my bad. So let me go ahead and roll that d20 for you. That's a 6.
Is it a charm?
Dima, no!
Let's
no.
see.
Looks like I'm gonna have to put Dima down.
12. He gets a +5 for mine, so 12.
Oh no.
12
I'm
for
gonna
the
put Dima down. Very nice.
Is this a charm effect? For
I was
us?
lying when I said I was gonna kill everyone in this room and then myself.
It is not a charm effect, I'm afraid. So let's go down the line. We have... Just call out who rolled above a 13.
Ryland.
Nimue.
Julius.
Does that mean everybody else rolled below a 13?
It's
Awesome. Excellent. Well, this is going to get interesting. Because this thing, as it came drifting forward, its face began to rot and wither right before your very eyes. And it's horrifying to gaze upon. Everyone who did not call out their name here is frightened.
Uh-oh.
Not so bad.
I have a frightened horse underneath
Except
me.
for the fact that you have a frightened horse. However, now
That's not good, man.
Now I need to ask a second question. Who here rolled an 8 or below?
Guess who did? It was Dima.
Dima did, yeah.
Is it only Dima?
Dima,
No, it's the
Aerie,
fiend.
Safine, and 7 rolled an 8.
7 rolled an 8.
That's a confusing sentence.
7 rolled an 8. Okay, everyone who rolled an 8 or below, not only are you frightened, you all age
Really?
30 years
What?
on the spot.
What's the average life of a horse?
What is the average life of a horse?
Dima,
The horse is dead.
the Dima
Pretty sure
dies.
Dima's dead.
Dima dies. Dima just goes, rears back.
I'm riding Dima.
You watch its hair go gray,
Oh my god.
and it shrinks and withers before you, and then collapses to the ground. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Wow.
You're just gonna see Cat in shock.
All right, you managed to
Hey,
land.
Mother of God!
You managed to land on your feet at least as Dima collapses. All right.
Fucking Banshee's cry!
You're gonna see a very different Cat in about a round.
I also need to make saves for the enemies, actually.
Oh man, good stuff, Anthony. Starting this.
Good start. All right, the two enemies both save. All right,
That's good.
7. It's your turn. You're 30 years older than you were 6 seconds ago.
And I look no different.
He's a fucking elf! Of course he is.
I guess I'll. 7 will turn around because he's frightened. So he turns around, and he throws open his coat, and you see like 7 different swords float out and start hovering around him, like circling him. And then you hear him call. He goes, Bastion, and he lifts up into the air and just flies right over this demon thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then he calls Dusk, and this one of the blades comes forward and flashes, and it flashes right at this demon thing. Needs to make a DC 16 Charisma save.
Ooh. Charisma save, huh? Let me just see if it has anything. Nope. Okay. It fails.
Nice.
I assume this thing is not native to our plane of existence.
It is definitely not.
he just goes, "Be gone!" And the thing with a pop returns to its home plane.
It looks at Seven and starts to speak, saying, "Why are you?" And then it's gone.
And he's still frightened, so he's going to stay back here.
Very big move from Seven. Ryland, it's your turn. And let me just get this straight. Are you flying or something right now?
Yeah, so he called Bastion, and this huge, I should have described it, it looks like sort of a flat plane, like maybe like Cloud's Buster Sword, I don't even know, but not that big. And it just from under his feet, he just lifts off the ground and starts flying. He's maybe like 20 feet up on it.
All right. Can I just ask you what ability that is in non-Seven terms?
I'm gonna whisper it to you because it's a reflavored thing, but
okay.
Promise I'm allowed to do it.
Yeah, okay. I believe you. I'm just curious.
I love this fucking.
I'm just curious how this character's gonna work. That's all. Just whisper me what you're doing so I can get a grip on.
I'm gonna say I love this fucking sword magic shit.
Gotcha.
Fucking cool.
It's really
cool.
the
the flying on the sword is pure flavor. The flight comes from something else, but it's just to look cool.
Yeah, I got you.
I fucking love it.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Ryland. It's your turn.
So Ryland's a little taken back by this, and he's immediately just gonna clasp his hands together and start praying. And he's gonna say, "Eldath, please hear my pleas. Protect those who are with me, but may not serve you." And you're gonna see this bright light start emanating out of him.
Ooh, the aura.
This aura of purity kind of pours out of him.
Nice.
The aura moves with you, centered on you. Non-hostile creatures in the aura cannot become diseased, have resistance to poison damage, and have advantage on saving throws against effects that cause any of the following conditions: Charmed, deaf, and frightened. Oh,
did I get a saving throw against the frightened, or is it permanent?
You made one saving throw against Horrifying Visage, and it frightens you for a minute.
Okay.
Actually, hang on. Let me double check that if you remain frightened the whole time, or if you get a new save.
Oh yeah, that'd be important to what I did too.
No, there is no additional save. You are just remain frightened for a minute.
Damn. Okay.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. It's right there. A frightened target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. So yes, you do get another saving throw.
Hey!
There you go. All right, you are no longer frightened.
I turn around and I look really angry.
Though. Okay.
Yeah, still aged.
Really angry. Got it. Okay, Ryland. I'm sorry, we keep interrupting.
That aura of purity is my action.
All right, 30-foot radius.
Nice.
Can't do another spell. Don't have any bonus action cantrips. And that's gonna be all for me. I can't do anything.
Okay.
That's still a power move.
All right, Safine, it's you.
I forgot to give all my zombies crossbows.
Are you frightened?
Damn.
Yeah, I'm frightened. Yeah, and
Okay.
I like. So Safine is going to, as they turn away, to get the hell out of here because nothing is more frightening than, aging. So they're gonna pull out that long golden spike out of their hair, and it's gonna tumble down like some L'Oreal shit. And they're gonna point it right at the elemental type thing that Cat is involved with, and I'm gonna cast magic missile out of my magic missile wand. I'm gonna use one of the charges.
Very nice. 11 points of damage, force damage that strikes the spirit and causes eddies in its form.
And I'm going to bonus action tell my zombies to keep the ghost away from me.
Okay.
And so they can I don't know if they can make grapple attacks at them.
How would one grapple ghost?
I don't know. They don't have magical hands, so I guess I'll just swing. So how do I make? See, no. I don't want this to be whispered to you, but it does get whispered to you.
It is whispering it, yeah. So if it's off D&D Beyond, I don't know. There must be a toggle or something there that you have set.
Yeah, there's none. I can make it.
Well, go ahead and make the attacks for the time being. We'll see if we can't sort that out later. Wow, look at that. Rolling high.
And I can't. It won't let me do the damage there. Okay, that's like 1d6.
Bless you.
Yeah, you're right. It's not letting you roll the damage either. Huh.
I'll make a little character sheet later. Oh, that's a 7 total.
Okay.
1d6 plus 1. So 11 bludgeoning damage.
All right, and since it is a ethereal creature that will be halved,
Hey, something. And I'm
It's
just getting back
something.
a little bit over here.
okay,
And that's my turn.
and that's Safine's turn, sending in the minions to do their thing. Well, there is yet one more foe to appear. You see that strange aura coalesce for a second and then disperse as another being materializes. A horrifying looking being that almost seems to be made of mud and flesh, which slavers at you with a open jaw. And it is going to shuffle forward, almost seeming to form itself out of the mud of the ground as it moves. And it's got a 50-50 shot. But who? Who will it choose? Ryland.
Fine, Anthony.
It slides over to Ryland, and it opens that slavering maw and attempts to bite you. 14 to hit.
Miss.
Alright, it chomps down those teeth, which kind of like recede into its gums as it closes its mouth, and that is its whole turn.
Oh, so Sophine, you need to make that fear roll
Oh yes, make
Oh, yeah.
the roll against the fear.
with advantage.
Thank you for the reminder. Aura of purity.
Ooh.
Alright, that is it's still afraid. Still afraid. Nimue.
I might
it's your-
have gray hairs that I cannot see.
Nimue, are you frightened?
No,
Okay.
it's good.
Well, I have bad news for you. You may not be frightened of the ghost, but that other creature
Yeah.
is bizarre and freakish, and you need to give me a wisdom saving throw at the start of your turn.
Okay.
At advantage, maybe. I think.
Well, it depends what the effect is.
Good.
Let's see, an 18. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that thing was pretty horrifying as well as it just chomped at Ryland, but you managed to resist any fearful sensations. Okay. Go ahead and act.
I feel like she would think that the spirit is the most dangerous thing amongst all of these. Can she pass through the zombie space?
Yes, assuming it's an ally, you can move through its space. It's difficult terrain.
Alright. My fists are magical. I'm going to pop this thing.
All right, let's see the pop.
That first one wasn't great.
Oh no.
No, it's not. Oh, look, I get to roll the
Oh,
critical
you
fail
do.
die. Ooh.
Oh no.
Let's see what we got here. Critical failure on a natural weapon attack. You stub your toe. You cannot. Oh dear. You cannot make an unarmed attack on your next turn. On your next turn.
On my next turn. That's awful.
That's awful for a monk.
I'm gonna try again.
Do you have a weapon that's not unarmored?
I do.
All right, the 19 will land.
Lane.
9 points of bludgeoning damage as you punch the ghost.
Yes. Well, I've got it. I'm gonna go ahead and spend a key point for Flurry of Blows.
All right.
I'm gonna do 2 more.
Yeah, you know that pain is going to set in
Yep.
2 seconds. It's really going to smart. The 12 is a hit, actually.
Okay. Cool.
7 more points of bludgeoning damage.
Last one.
And the 19 hits. 8 more points of bludgeoning damage. As you catch this creature with a flurry of strikes, and it recoils from your magical hands.
And then the toe.
The toe is gonna set in next round. It's really gonna start smarting. Alright. Round 1 complete. I think we'll get a little faster as we all learn our characters, especially me. The elemental is going to, first of all, see if it can recharge that ability.
Please do.
Oh, it sure does.
Yay!
It does, but it is going to forego just trying to spin you around, since that was not very effective, and instead is just going to start trying to slam you with arms of pure wind.
Cool.
Winds up and rolls a 17 to hit.
Miss.
How about a 19?
Hits.
19 hits as it slams into you, Cat, and deals you 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
Do it. 2, 6, 8, 10. Okay.
And then it's gonna keep on drifting. Not moving very far, just sort of
Drifting, so
shifting
I haven't...
over this way.
Okay, never mind. I still have the corpse of Dima at my feet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remember this, Anthony.
Julius, it's your turn.
Oh, wisdom saving throw. Wait, no, never mind. It's not his turn.
Only if he's a. Oh shit.
Julius is not afraid.
This is what happens when you mix and match too many different enemies.
No, he
Let's see.
passed. Arrow mental passed.
And Nimue passed. And okay, yeah, Julius, I need you to give me a new wisdom saving throw.
What?
Is it for the frightened condition?
It is.
So this is at advantage because of the aura.
Correct. Alright, you are fine.
Alright.
That awful mud and flesh thing that is over there is kind of spooky, but you've braved way worse.
So the Drake cannot move towards the ghost.
If it's frightened, no, it can't.
So the Drake is going to move away from the ghost. I will use my bonus action for the Drake. The Drake's going to move this way to help Rylan out. So with that thing, the Drake will make its attack in a minute. But I'm going to knock back an arrow again, and I'm going to try and shoot at this elemental again with sharpshooter.
Alright, let's see it.
Alright, let's try another sharpshooter attack. Let's go hoo-ha!
Oh, that's a natural one,
Shouldn't be
buddy.
ashamed of that.
Oh,
Plus,
man.
snapped.
Oh no!
Hope not.
That was
God,
no.
no.
You put a little extra oomph into that one, and the projectile travels twice its usual range, but otherwise it does nothing else. It just misses and just sails away.
Yeah, on that note, I'm just going to shoot my bow at it without sharpshooter.
That'll hit.
That's a lot better. That's 14 points with a d6 of Hunter's Mark for 18 points.
18 points of damage. The second arrow strikes the creature right through its face, and you see it sort of implode on itself, and its winds dissipate, shaking the trees around it.
Cool, I can use
Rendering
my
it
bonus action next turn to remove the mark, but for this turn, I'm going to use the bonus action to make my Drake attack Mud Monster. So Drake will attack Mud Monster. He has a +6 to hit on a d20
Alright.
roll. 24.
24 hits.
So he will take a d6 plus 3 piercing damage. So 5 pierce. And then also he's going to take a d6 of lightning damage for 5 lightning.
Alright.
So 5 pierce, 5 lightning.
5 pierce, 5 lightning.
Then
It actually turns out that this creature is resistant to the lightning damage.
oh shit! So only 2 or 3 points of lightning.
2.
2 points of lightning. Okay. So then, at the end of the turn, the Drake has to make a Wisdom saving throw to get out of the frightened condition. He'll have advantage because of the Aura of Purity. So there we go. A 15 and an 11.
Alright, that will make him no longer frightened of.
Yay! Ares no longer frightened. That's my turn.
Alright. Cat, it's you. You're frightened, right?
Tovarich?
Yeah, you were frightened.
Tovarich?
And it's getting even worse because Dima just died under you, and now this mud monster thing appeared. You're now frightened of 2 creatures.
Tovarich!
You get advantage. You're in the aura.
He had
That's true. You do.
advantage.
He has advantage and still rolls.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
no.
Miserably.
So it's okay.
Oh.
So I can't run away. But the thing right next to me. Oh, right, the air elemental. Where's the air elemental? Did it die?
And the arrow
Yeah, I killed
elemental
it.
is gone.
Oh, okay. I'll have disadvantage on attacks against this guy, though, right?
Yes.
So I'm still frightened of him.
And this
Alright.
guy, and you can't
And that
move
guy?
towards either of them.
Cool. The good thing is, I'm I'm willing to take my chances. So that means I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do a lot of things, unfortunately. Nimue, would you like to attack as just using your reaction?
I would always love to attack.
Okay, then I'm going to forego one of my. I'm going to forego one of my attacks, and as a bonus action, direct you point at this thing and say, "Divide, strike it down."
Ooh.
And yeah, and I can add a what's it? A D8 still? I'm pretty sure it's a D8 still of my superiority die. And you add 4 points to your attack for your damage if you hit.
All right, let's see the attack.
Okay, since I can't use my
Yes, you
fist,
can. It's not your next turn.
It's
Oh,
not your
yeah.
it's not your next turn yet.
So you can use an unarmored strike.
17 lands,
So 4 extra points of damage. 14 points of damage.
14 total, and the ghost is flickering in and out of existence.
And honestly, you see Kat, and you see her incredibly upset. But as she's holding her sword aloft, you see that she is just you see like tears streaming down her face, and then you see the blade slightly glowing in her hands as she's almost shaking, and she's just going to wildly start swinging her blade. So that's only a 10 to hit,
That is a 10 to hit, which will unfortunately miss this creature.
and you just hear Dima, I am coming.
poor cat.
That's all you can do.
The Geist turns its attention to the one who is shouting and striking at it.
Come to me!
And I'm going to need you, Cat, to give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, this is gonna be terrible. Watch me turn into an old lady right here.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's, I don't know, depending on what it is, could be a 15.
Let's see, what is the aura of...
It protects against blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, and stunned. If it's any of those effects,
Okay,
it
30 foot.
It is none of those effects. The cat yells out, "Come for me," and it does. It comes right for Cat
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
no.
and disappears into her. As Cat, you become possessed by
Ooh,
the
can
spirit.
I still act out as Cat, too?
Well, it now controls your body, but you are aware of everything that it's doing.
glad I didn't use that channel divinity yet.
It's probably a good thing I didn't use him. Yeah, you didn't use Emboldening Bond.
All right, it is now
I'm
inside.
imagining you're just hearing laughter coming from Cat.
I think it is going to go ahead and turn a malevolent gaze towards Ryland.
Top of the morning to you.
And we'll begin... Let me see. Yeah, I don't see any reason it can't do this. It'll just use the rest of its movement. And, Cat, you feel yourself trudging over, splashing through the rain, with your blade in hand headed right towards Ryland.
Oh, this isn't gonna be good.
Does it provoke an attack opportunity from Safine Zombie and Nimu? No, I guess not Nimu, because it would have been in their body.
Well, it is using its, yeah, I mean, I suppose Cat provokes an attack of opportunity, if the zombie wants to attack Cat.
No.
Alright.
It wasn't told to attack. It was told to fight the ghost, and that's Cat. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep this. We're gonna keep this very literal, so me and you don't have to get into sticky situations.
So swiftly. Okay. Alright, 7. It's your turn. 2 enemies down, but 2 still remaining, and one of them has your traveling companion in its ghostly clutches.
I don't want to do this by what Nick thinks, but would 7 think that he could dispel this effect from Cat, or would he have some notion that this isn't something Dispel could do anything about?
Let's see.
Like, did it look like a spell, I guess is what I'm asking.
It is, you can give me an Arcana check. Or a religion check, I'd say either would be appropriate.
There's a nat 1.
Yeah. You don't know. You can give it a try, but you don't know until you try.
You're like, that's divinity.
This has gone wrong in so many ways that I unironically love this. Naz is gonna lecture me so much.
You're just so lucky I can't cast Banishment now.
Listen, bro. If you did, Naz would probably try to kill you.
Alright, well, he doesn't want to stop. He's still concentrating on his banish, so I guess what I'm gonna do is just surf through the air over to this creature, and on the way you hear him yell out "Brimstone!" and this, like, one of the swords that's floating around him looks like sort of obsidian glass with like some red streaks through it, and some bolts of like what look like molten metal come flying out of it at him.
Awesome.
Probably missing.
10 will miss, I'm afraid.
Okay, and then as he gets close, he's gonna the one of the swords that he's actually holding. He's gonna take a swipe with it. And you can pull out your
Oh
deck.
my
man.
god! Oh my god, man!
This was a really bad. I rolled two
Let's
ones
see.
and a 2. So
You pull a muscle, meaning you deal half damage on your next attack.
I love this deck.
you just hear him go.
loving this so much.
Right?
He stabs out, and then you hear him go ah, and he like pulls his arm back. He's like cradling it. And he's like, "Fuck this!"
Oh, there's one other thing I totally forgot to do, but I'll ask you to do it now. Wisdom saving throw with advantage. Okay, that's enough for you to not be afraid of this creature.
Oh come on, you're kidding! Like I needed to fail that. This would have been the perfect turn.
I know that would have been the appropriate time.
Just bring it all. Okay, well I'm not gonna try anything else. I'm just done.
Okay, just sit back and let that one ride for a second. Ryland, it's your turn.
Okay.
I do need you to give me the wisdom save. I won't forget. Okay, you're fine. This thing is not that bad. It's weird, but it's not that bad. What are you gonna do?
So, first off, he's gonna do his little prayer again. This time, he's gonna say, "Eldath, forgive those who have not prayed to you yet, but empower them beyond their means." And he's gonna use his action for Emboldening Bond for Nimue, Seven, and Julius.
Oh.
So they will get to add a D4 to any attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Nice.
And that's good for 10 minutes, it's not concentration.
Attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Got it.
And then for my bonus action, since that's not a spell, I'm going to once again pray, this time for myself, Eldath, please protect me. Sanctuary comes over me.
Nice.
Sanctuary!
That is not concentration. Awesome. All right.
And that's going to be it for me.
That's it for you. Safine, it's
Yes.
your turn. Give me that wisdom save.
Is that at the beginning or end?
At the beginning. The one against the Rudderkin is at the beginning. This mud thing.
And it's at advantage.
Oh, okay.
Holy
And
shit.
it's at advantage, and you are frightened of that one as well.
Dude, I'm
Well-
telling you, something's up with the die tonight.
Right. Well, I'm going to point to my zombies. In my bonus action, I'm going to say grapple cat, and all three are going to make a grapple check.
Ooh, I like it.
I like to imagine that a cat is just like swinging around because whatever languages she's been speaking is like her first language. So the ghost would try and like say something and she would just say it in like fucking like Russian, basically.
That's a 17, 9, and 7. So,
So I'm contested athletics check.
A contested athletics check. Let's see. You are the ghost controls the body. So
You want me to just roll?
yeah, I believe it's gonna use your ability scores. So give me an athletics.
Nope. That's okay. And then for that new pussy pimply dude,
A few more magic missiles, dealing out another 7 points of damage.
I'm gonna keep within 30 feet of. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, and now at the end of your turn, you can make a wisdom saving throw. Although technically, the ghost is not in your line of sight. I mean, you know where it is.
I think 13 just
Yeah,
makes
that
it.
is enough. That is enough for you to no longer be frightened of the spirit.
What's up?
Wow. Okay, that's gonna be my turn.
All right, that's your turn, and now this thing is up. Why did I make it afraid? It's not afraid. It's not afraid of itself.
It's afraid of the Roland!
But it is surrounded. It's surrounded on all sides. It's going to start off by continuing to attack the creature it was trying to attack, Ryland. It will have to start by making a wisdom save, though, to see if it can even do that.
DC 15.
It fails, which means it will redirect its attack. It will swing around, and it'll go for... the one who tried and failed to hit it multiple times, it goes for 7. It opens up that maw and chomps. 20 to hit him.
It's 22 AC.
Damn.
What the fuck?
Dang.
All right.
You see these blades spinning around me? One of them just like deflects the attack for me. That's what Blade Song is doing.
Fucking ding.
I like to imagine it just like shears right through the front of his face as he was getting close to you.
I love it.
It just shears off the front of his face, and then the face reforms. It goes, but that is its turn. Nimue, you're up.
Nimue really wants to punch something, but she can't with this toe. She runs up on the last remaining side.
Plan B.
Plan B, she's going to pull out her rapier. And first, she's going to Hunter's Mark this thing as a bonus action. I guess with 2. And,
So it'll be 2 damage if you hit. With the attack.
Rapier.
The 14 is a hit.
Haha!
So 11 points of piercing damage.
And he also will trigger Colossus Slayer.
Oh yes, if this thing if this thing is under its hit point maximum, it takes an extra D8 on the first hit with a weapon attack.
Ooh. Oh, and a D4 from Ryland.
Well, it's only for attack rolls. If you hit it,
Gotcha.
it's a hit.
I thought you were a monk. I'm
I
shocked.
have other things.
So it's a total of 13 points of damage?
Yes.
Is a rapier a simple weapon?
Level 2 monks have an ability that allow them
If it's a simple weapon, monks can make 2 attacks with it.
It is.
Just have to be unarmed or like a staff. Any
It's-
monk
it's
weapon
martial
okay, it is. Never mind.
It's not a simple weapon, but it does, I believe. Are you using the new thing that Tasha's introduced for monks, where it lets them like select a certain class of weapon to be a monk weapon?
I
Yes.
believe so, to make this
That's
work.
Okay.
If it counts as a monk weapon, then I'll go ahead and extra attack.
I think that's the thing that Tasha's gave to monks.
Yes, it's a level 2 ability that Tasha's gave the monks. Once per long rest, they can select the weapon. They can meditate with a weapon.
Dedicated weapon, right?
Yeah.
All right. Are you proficient with it?
I am proficient in them because I get access to like all martial weapons with my ranger.
With the ranger. Okay.
Ranger multi-class. Yep.
Okay.
Does
Then yeah.
that.
Then you're good.
Okay, cool.
But I will tell you that the 13 points of damage is enough to. Oh wait, is that rapier? Oh, is the rapier?
It is not magical.
It's not.
Does this creature care about that? Nope, it's not.
If
It is not resistant. It dies on the spot as you run it through.
Toxic Avenger.
Kill cat.
It's just
You two of you, Matt.
I knew she was gonna turn on us.
Yes, so wait, it's you and Tibia.
Anyone else, Nimue?
It was never a question of if, only a matter of when.
What she will do,
stay.
she'll pull out her fist and she'll say, "Let go of my comrade." That's
You two of you, Matt.
She pulls out her
Madea.
fist. Let's see. The elemental is gone. Julius, it's you. There's only one enemy
Did you
left.
say it's only
Or
a
is
question of when, you prick?
It was never a question of if,
Oh,
only
okay.
a matter of
I
when.
see.
Ryan, it's too
No.
early to be making enemies 2 sessions in.
No,
You're lucky she's aware. She's also aware of everything going on. So I'm going to assume you said that aloud.
no. Let's see. What am I gonna do? I can't do much of anything without shooting you. I'd rather not.
You can punch me in the
shoot
face.
you. I could,
That
but
won't mind.
I could, but my punch is really bad.
Is it?
Well,
Like, really
you probably won't
bad.
be able to hit me if I'm completely honest.
Like, really bad.
You know, just shoot me in the leg. You know, Dima's already dead. I might as well be a fucking cripple.
Okay.
Oh, don't actually
Bonus-
do that. Fucking
You
crazy
said
person. You fucking crazy man. I'm
All I
possessed.
gotta say is animate dead says creature.
Bonus
not humanoid
action.
corpse.
Bonus action. I'm gonna move the hunter's mark to the ghost that is possessing Cat.
Oh, you're actually gonna shoot me, you prick!
How else do you get the ghost out?
I'm going to knock a bow back in my arrow, and I am going to ready an action. If Cat attacks any one of us, I'm going to fire at her.
I think I'm about to do.
I'm gonna fire at her.
I'm
if
gonna
she
give
attacks.
Ryland a really big hug.
And then the Drake.
Miliana, come here. Stab, stab, stab.
The Drake is going to move right. Could the Drake? The Drake could not swap places with Ryland, right?
Where is the Drake?
On the opposite side of Ryland.
Oh my
I mean,
God,
if
I didn't even
you
notice.
if you have movement and it has movement, I would say you can move and it can move into your spot.
So I was trying to ask if the Drake would be able to move Ryland and take its spot.
I think you would have to mount the creature in order for it to move you.
Okay, so I couldn't have Ryland do that. Okay. The Drake will go ahead and move here, and it will take a. I will give the Drake a. Not a ready to action. I will make the Drake take the dodge action.
Okay.
As the Drake gets in a low stance, kind of.
All right.
And then I'll move him back here so he can get a shot.
All right. The Drake dodges, which means it is now Cat's turn. Cat, you're incapacitated, so
Dobronochi.
there's not much you can do.
Dobronochi.
Observe as the ghost turns your blade against your allies, or at least tries to. It's going to make a wisdom saving throw because it was going for Ryland as well. But it fails. So the blade is coming against something else.
Can't be, won't be stopped.
Oh, I wonder
Held
why the
protects
blade
all.
did that.
It's
Seems weird for the blade to
it's-
do.
it's coming against the dragon, I'm afraid. I need you to give
Alright.
me an attack roll.
Sure thing, baby.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Let
damn.
me just there you go.
No, don't worry about that extra
Don't worry about the
2d6.
extra 2d6. I got
No,
you, baby.
no. You just rolled 2 6s on the normal weapon damage to begin with, and then the critical hit has this to say. Ooh!
That's not
Dragon Slayer.
Sliced tendon, triple damage, and the target's speed is reduced to 5 feet until the end of the target's
triple damage.
next
is
turn.
51
So
points of
roll me.
damage.
No.
So,
It doesn't
I'm-
just triple it. Just roll me another 2d6.
2d6.
Yeah.
I got you, baby.
Okay, so it's going to be
Man.
17 plus the 6 plus the 8, which is going to be a total of 14 and 17. Oh, I suppose I should have used the critical hit deck for GMs, shouldn't I have? I shouldn't have used the player one.
So I'm willing to bet that even the ghost is surprised at how well this is going, as you kind of see the blade moving in her. You see the blade moving in her hands more than you see her hands actually moving, if that makes any sense. And you see it still kind of glowing bright red as she's moving. And you just hear a low whisper. Dobronochi. Beast.
Well, I have good news for you. That's all that Cat is going to do, because the ghost does not have access to your class features, such as
Thank
extra
God.
attack.
How much damage does the Drake take?
It's going to take a total of 31 points of damage from that critical hit.
31. It's got 14 hit points, and since it attacked an ally, Julius is gonna knock back an arrow.
Oh, you know what? My bad. None of this is correct because your Drake took the dodge action.
Oh, that's right.
Does a 16 hit the Drake?
Only 16.
Does a 16 hit the Drake? Hold up, this is important. No, it does not! Armor class is a 17.
Right. No damage. Moving on. My apologies. It is Seven's turn.
Thank God.
I mean, the Drake's
away. Oh, there he is.
Drake's the best one to hit because I can just resummon it.
Are we killing Cat?
It's your turn. Seven.
Yes.
Eldath has
Please
nothing
don't.
in ghost possessions. Sorry.
Can't you use Channel Divinity?
To what? Turn
undead?
undead? He's not undead!
The ghost is!
Alright, stop metagaming. I'm going to...
I don't know how that works.
Stop metagaming, Ryan!
I literally don't know how that works.
Stop
I'm
it!
just- oh, shit.
What do we got? 7.
Yeah, 7 doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I'm gonna beat this ghost out of her. I don't care. He takes a step forward and the blade he's holding, he screams out, bind. And I don't know. No, that just rolled damage, not an attack.
That's
Wonderful.
just damage.
I will roll the attack separately then.
And don't forget to add a d4.
How do I... plus a d4. I guess I'll have to roll that separately. But it's not going to matter, right? Because it's against Cat's AC?
I'm going to take a wild guess that you missed Cat's AC.
What was the roll? 11?
I rolled a 4.
That is a no. Her AC, I'm just going to tell you, it's 18.
Yeah, that's a miss.
Alright, so that missed, but I still get another
This is going
attack.
to be an interesting fight.
And I'll roll the 1d4 can be for that one.
Okay, let's see it. Oh, that's the 3 you rolled? Okay, 18 is a hit.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled it again. It's a 16 or an 18.
I'll take the D4 you already rolled and say the 18 is.
So then that's 10. That's 10 piercing. I guess 7 leaves a slice across your shoulder. And he's like, "Go down, submit."
You two of you met.
But he's not gonna go. He's not gonna go crazy with a bonus action. 10 damage.
Got you. Okay.
All right, Ryland, it's your turn.
Oh no! Don't put me in this position.
What are you gonna do, Ryland?
What you gonna
Yes,
do?
Sobraya, Subataya.
Can always make a check if you want to know what your character knows. If you're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, can I make a check to see if that turn undead would actually do anything in this situation?
Yeah, give me a religion check.
But you get an extra d4 on it.
No, I don't, because I didn't do me.
That is enough. That is enough for you to know one of the basic functions that you have as a cleric, which is yes, turn undead works against undead whether they're inside, whether they're possessing a target or not.
That ability check was an action, right?
No, I'm gonna say that's just in your head.
Turn undead. Eldath, free
God
my soul
damn it.
from this terrible possession.
Alright, so it's gotta make a saving throw, right?
Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
15. And so would all
And
the
it's-
zombies.
Oh, and so would all this.
Yep. I'm bringing back that fucking horse. That's good mine.
Each undead. Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Alright, here comes the wisdom saving throw. It fails. It fails.
Okay, I'm
mine and life and death.
I'm going to roll 3, and you just -2 off all of them, and we're going to go from top to bottom with the rolls.
Let's see him. Looks
they're
like
all-
all 3 fail.
And what can you destroy up to right now? So you just
Instantly destroyed if its a challenge rating is half or below.
You just destroyed my zombies.
No.
We're losing a lot of people here, Anthony.
Mostly to your
really
own
important people.
Mostly to yourselves, I gotta say.
How does it destroy them? Because I'm guessing it like
They just crumble.
destroy. Yeah, I can't bring them back. God damn it! You're carrying all the fucking extra baggage.
All those pillows you're gonna have to carry.
All right. That's
Wait,
sleeping out-
hold on.
You're sleeping outside of. The
Anthony, I
tiny
have to
hut.
whisper you something.
okay.
Dude.
I think I
I'm
know
just
what you're
gonna-
about to ask.
At least I got one corpse.
Who's the last person who damaged me?
Oh,
Who's the first person who damaged me?
I think the only one who's damaged you has been 7.
I'm gonna make a quick wisdom saving throw. I'm gonna whisper it to you.
Okay.
I believe that's enough.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. Cool. He's not here. He didn't hear that. It's okay.
Okay. Safine, it's your turn. You've just watched all 3 of your zombies crumble.
What happened to the ghost?
The ghost is frightened. The ghost is turned, but it's still inside of Cat for the moment.
You are gonna be help carrying all my things. I hope you know. And I'm going to hold action when the ghost. If the ghost comes out of Cat, I'm gonna hit it with 1 charge of my magic missile wand.
Okay. Ready to action. This creature's dead. Nimue.
Oh wait, what?
I am going to rush Cat. I'm going to spend a key point to summon the arms only because then they'll do force damage. Because I'm like hoping instead of doing bludgeoning, doing force damage the ghost.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm going to unarmed strike.
At Cat?
Yep, that Cat.
Plus 1d4.
I'm hoping the force will be good.
Yeah. Roll the extra d4. It's a miss.
Okay. And
1 in 4 chance. You almost got it.
the bonus action. So then I can still extra attack, I believe.
And that's going to be a miss as well.
Does she get a 1d4?
On
Is it a
On it
d4?
again?
It's every attack? Okay. All right. Oh, I didn't realize that. It's also a miss. Okay.
So it's turned, but it's still inside me.
I think that's all that I
Faye's
can
about to find herself. Or not
do.
fucking Cat's about to find herself back in the Sand Tomb Empire.
All right. Julius?
I know, right? Honestly.
Ugh.
Mr. Wind?
Yo, okay.
You'll go. Nimue is just furious.
Yeah, nah, fuck it. Sorry, Cat. Right to the leg.
Oh my god.
Plus 1d4.
If you cripple me, I am gonna fly to Georgia.
I know you
I'm
guys
actually
get a
gonna
lot of
kick your
attacks,
ass.
but you guys are fucking...
32?
All of our attacks have been bank or bust tonight.
Yeah, it's not
Wow.
cool. Really not cool.
That is...
Plus
Okay.
2d6 for the hunter's mark, so that's 2
Anthony,
sixes.
if it fucking cripples me,
This
I'm
is a
actually
really...
gonna
This is
kill you.
actually a very... very devastating critical
Oh,
hit
no.
card.
Hey, Cat, just so you know, praying to Eldath for healing is an exceptional talent.
It's a... it needs to... Cat, give me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm just not very happy right now.
I'm sorry.
Explosive diarrhea.
Okay, you passed the con
Not
save.
Very happy.
You passed the con save, so it's just going to be damage.
Cool.
It's a
Actually,
distracting.
okay. I do want to know what happens if.
It's a distracting jab. If you had failed the DC 16 con saving throw, you would have had disadvantage on attacks for the next 2d4 plus 2 rounds, which actually would have been good in this situation. But
that would have been actually very
the
good.
the damage is still very rough. I need Julius to roll me 2 additional d8s.
Okay.
So wait, that's 13 points already, right?
Yes, because he has.
Plus 2d6 from Hunter's Mark.
Oh, did you switch Hunter's Mark to Cat?
Yeah, I put Hunter's Mark on the ghost and
Okay. In that case, you need to roll a lot of stuff. So what you actually got on that crit was quadruple damage.
22.
So
5. I'm getting low real
So
quick.
that's 18 quadruple.
So that's one more, right? No, wait, no, that's it.
it's just when you quadruple the damage, you're just adding on damage die. You're not like literally quadrupling the number rolled.
The good thing is,
So-
Cat looks very roughed up.
It's 13, and then it's another 11 for 24, and then it's another 5, and I technically need 2 more d6 rolled because of the Hunter's Mark.
Oh, it's quadrupled. The Hunter's Mark's quadrupled.
No, you already
Yeah.
rolled the 2d6.
He needs to roll 4d6 in total
Excuse me?
because it's quadrupled. So add
Okay,
all those
so,
numbers up. 10.
13, 24,
35.
29, 35.
Yeah,
I
35 points.
already took down the damage as we were going.
All right. Are you conscious or not?
I am shaky. I
Shaky.
am swinging from foot to foot, and I look very, very angry.
It's okay. You're about to take some opportunity attacks. Don't worry.
The Drake is going to use a bonus action to dodge. I'm just gonna have it take the dodge action,
Okay.
and I could have had it use its reaction, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not even gonna fire the second arrow. I just fired a warning shot, and then I have another arrow notched up, but not firing.
All right. Freaking
Warning
shit,
shot.
man.
You shot one of our fucking kidney out. Like, I'll hurt the other one.
That's a warning shot for 35 points of damage. All right.
There, Ghost. Get the fuck out.
And then Cat dashes away from all of you, 60 feet, provoking opportunity attacks
Wait,
from anyone
wait.
within melee range.
If I just whispered you that one thing,
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing would supersede that, wouldn't it?
Give me the thing again.
I just I'll send it to you real quick.
Hey, Nick, you haven't taken any damage this whole time, right?
No damage, no.
Oh, okay. Just
Oh,
making
wow,
sure, 'cause I
that is
forgot banishment was
Wow.
concentration.
Yeah, I have to finish concentrating or else he comes back.
Never mind. You know, I sent you the save,
Yeah.
and I failed the save. Well, I guess the ghost would fail the save. So it would have to go after Mr. Julius over there.
Oh,
Well, I would say under normal circumstances, yes, but it is superseded in this case by the turn. It doesn't
Gotcha.
have options.
Understood.
It is fleeing 60 feet, which means it will provoke opportunity attacks from anybody within melee reach who wants to make one.
Nimue, that's a hit. 7, that's a hit. Yeah, you knock her out.
You knock her out as she heads over here. She goes down, and sure enough, as she falls, the ghost is left standing there.
If I get
We did it, fam.
You did it. You really did it, guys.
Congratulations! Big hooray!
So that's the end of Cat's turn. The ghost takes its turn and continues
Well-
fleeing.
I get to shoot 3 magic missiles at it.
Yes, it has appeared, and you have a ready action to do precisely that. You fire 3 magic missiles. All 3, of course, strike 10 points of damage, and the ghost is killed on the spot.
Nice.
You killed a
Yay.
ghost. Or at least banished the spirit.
That ghost did a lot. He killed a horse. He aged some people.
Yeah, right.
He downed a fucking warrior. Like that was a serious ghost.
that spirit was not the highest CR creature by a long shot, but
I was
my head. I dumped.
Unconscious. Don't you be talking.
No, I
Yes.
used Cure Wounds and I dumped 4 points of healing into him. Or into her.
Fucking Rylan just stands over him. Eldeath restored.
So good.
Another 15.
Thank you. I'm very grateful.
I had to get that ghost out of you. Speaking of getting stuff out of you, Julius is gonna go to the arrow and just pull it out.
over the head. I'm gonna. use your-
It's alright.
I'm very grateful to my new device for helping me. Oh, thank you, Zafine. Okay.
It'll be alright, Miss Scott.
Island. Thank you, Julius. Somebody help me carry Dima. And she's gonna stand up. And she's gonna wrap. And she's going to take her like gambeson and rip it and just.
Or
What?
Or Dima can carry herself.
Oh no. What is wrong with you people?
Excuse me. You want to do what to Dima?
Bring her back.
Oh, it's
Yes.
it's a him. He's a stallion, but
Well, I mean, he took no wounds. He's not gonna come back.
he was a very good boy.
Disgusting. Oh, I'm sure he was the best boy.
He was the best boy. But yes, but
Just
talk
one
later.
minute.
Storm, ghost, possessed. I almost died. Yes. Let's get going.
I point to Ryland. I say, "You help me clean up this jewelry." And with all of the fucking gilded jewelry that I keep on my my zombies. And now you all have to suffer because I had taken time to beautifully money wrap them and blah 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 blah. And now you're just getting one grotesque piece of shit that I summon out of the ground from now on. I hope you'll be happy with what you're gonna have to look like. It's worse than these 30 fucking some odd years. It feels like we just aged.
I didn't really think about your things.
I'm not angry.
Apologize.
I'm not angry. All I'm saying is that when it comes time for me to resummon my servants, I don't want to hear you balk.
What question? Grumpy one. Yes. Grumpy one.
Well,
She's
not
talking
me,
to you,
not
Seb.
me.
Yes.
You were flying with swords?
Yes.
And she like comes up and just wraps him in a tight hug.
He looks like he's not like disturbed, but he clearly looks like he has no idea what's going on. And he reaches around your back and pats you a couple times.
She just releases and then just pats his shoulder. You're a good man, and just pats him on the chest and just walks off and looks over at Dima. Tovash.
I think she needs rest.
By the blessings of Eldeath, she does.
Dobry nochi, Tovash. Dobry nochi. You see her just like leaning over and petting Dima's hair.
It's called a maid.
You can call it whatever I want. He's my dead horse.
Oh, there's about to be some fiends dead horse.
Fuck no, it's not. Dima's mine in life and death. I raised him since he was a little one.
He
How
could
raised
be
since he 2 minutes ago.
out of character.
So
He
you
could-
actually.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay,
It takes a minute to summon to do it, so it's
Okay,
not
and-
like I can't just fucking. Not yet.
Let me see the ability that you're actually using. That it takes a minute.
It's enemy dead.
Okay.
Enemy dead. X.
I just want to remind myself real quick.
Oh, it's literally a minute. Oh, you have to cast a spell again and again and again.
Yeah.
I think Dima just needs to rest for a little while.
And so right now, I can control 11 zombies or skeletons.
Maybe Dima can, he can walk around a little bit. As long as I can control him still.
There you
Oh my
go.
Or you can't.
Dima, you live!
You need someone to.
Demon's
Right.
fine.
Dima!
You need someone to carry his pillows.
Right?
Excuse me?
That's about to be a beautiful horse with all the gold and bling on it.
Hey, Dima, they're gonna turn you into a show pony. I am so sorry.
And
But
I'm
at least
gonna
you
command
have a
to,
at least
follow,
you have a nice master now, or a mistress, whatever they prefer to be called.
I'm just gonna give it a command to listen to Cat.
Ah, Dima, my sweet, sweet boy. Come. And you just see her leading Dima down towards the bar.
Nothing's wrong.
Nothing's wrong.
It's all normal.
Oh, that's eyes are closed right now.
All right. We're off to a great start, guys. First random encounter.
Look what happened to Dima!
Naz,
Oh boy.
It's like, oh, that's yeah, that's
Where were you during that whole fight?
That's
I got
great,
possessed
Kat.
by a ghost. Not
I was-
very cool. I'm going to
I
dock
was-
your pay.
That's very cool.
oh, yeah. I
I'm
mean,
kidding, Tobias. Come on. Let's go.
sorry, I wasn't around to knock you out.
It's okay. I know you would have risen to the occasion.
All right.
We also want to talk about why the magic wind suddenly dropped a bunch of horrifying creatures off. We're glossing over that.
We're glossing over
Glossing over that. Understood. That.
to the farmhouse.
The fear is, if we pass through this storm, we could just encounter more of the same.
We could.
We should hold up in the farmhouse for the night until the storm passes.
Do we see any more of that magical glowy cloud?
You don't see any more of that magical glowy cloud. It seems to have
Magical
dissipated.
glow cloud.
Well, I guess we should keep watch for it. If one of those clouds looks like it's coming back, then we should have some forewarning. I hope.
You see Kat demand her bottle back from Naz, and then she starts to glug it.
Nah, says, I thought you said don't give it back to you.
I almost died. Exceptions will be made. There you go, Naz. Thank you.
All right. You head a little bit further, and you could stick to the road here, but if you do that, then you're going to be basically in the area where the typhoon is. If you want to try and hit the farm while traveling through as little of the typhoon as possible, you'd be better off like going through wild land here, which will slow you down a little bit. But do you want to risk heading into the storm to try and get there a little more quickly, or just stay out of it? And
If we go at a brisk pace, it'll take us 1 hour to get there,
yeah,
as compared to about the same, regardless. It'd be about 4 on the road, 3 through the wilds, both at a brisk pace.
Sounds like wilds. Be better.
Might as well.
okay. You head for the farm, cutting off the road a little bit to try and take a more direct path. And you can see, as you get nearer and nearer, this massive storm that is just towering up from the ground into the heavens. It's almost like a curtain of rain that is just whipping along in this rotating motion round and round and round. And it is like right there. It is, the edge of it is within a half mile of you as you make for this farmstead. And as you arrive, drawing nearer to it, you can see that it is not abandoned. It seems to be occupied. There's some lights on in some of the buildings, and you can see figures rushing around swiftly outside. They seem to be doing their best to batten down things and to get ready for the coming storm.
Perhaps I just take 10 minutes and set up the hut?
No, fuck that. And you see Kat limping forward with Dima, like using her for support, waving her arm above her head. And she's gonna keep approaching the barn.
Okay. As you keep approaching, you can see a few things. First of all, it's clear that these people are soldiers. You can see that they're in uniform. And some of them appear to be lightly armored and wielding longbows, and they seem to be stationed at the perimeter, keeping their eyes on things. And others you can see are more heavily armored and leaning on spears, carrying shields, swords slung over their backs. Clearly the frontline troops. And over the sound of the wind and the rain, which is steadily picking up, you can also hear strange animal cries and a billowing sound that comes out from somewhere deeper in the farmstead. But let me show you where you guys are. Cat. Nimue. Julius. Ryland. Safine. I'm not going to bother dragging on all your guys' extra stuff every time. I'll let you guys do that, or if combat is happening, I'll kind of let you assume that you've got your minions close at hand. But you can always drag them onto the map as well. I just want to get the 6 of you on.
That's just my trusted lieutenant, not the minion.
Oops. Hang on 1 second. That's not the way I want it to be. There we go. And you are halted by a couple of soldiers who are standing on the road near the way into the farm. And one of them says, "Hold, all of you. Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing here?"
Sejaviste, we are travelers seeking to take refuge from the storm.
We have
Surely
injured.
your hospitality isn't so lacking to turn us away.
We're just on our way to the Yielding Heart, see what's going on up there. I got a family friend I need to check on.
The other soldier up here starts to call out,
we're all out of room here. There's only enough shelter for the men, and the other one calls out, "Nonsense! Nonsense! I'll bring them to Tywin. We'll see what he has to say.
Oh,
It's not a call for us to make."
I'd love to meet Talon.
I keep on offering. I have a magical way to protect us from the elements. Everybody says no.
If we can get in a house, you should totally cast it, Zephyr.
Okay. Sure.
Dima has to stay outside. She's fine.
Dima is okay with staying outside now, I think.
She looks actually how she died. We
Old?
raised her within like
Very old horse.
A very
That's weird.
the horse aged so rapidly. I'm gonna say it turned to bone.
Poor Dima.
Very old horse. Its flesh just withered away on it.
Hopefully he has armor on him or something.
He's still armored. Yeah. As you walk, the soldier who's leading you says, "Don't mind them. They're just anxious. You know, the weather brings out the worst in them."
Well, it sure brings out the worst. We just fought some shit out there.
Yes,
Oh.
yeah.
What is it that you fought?
We encountered creatures
Spirits.
coming about as sorry, go ahead. Anyway.
Spirits.
I like to call them
Spirits came from the
ghoulies.
storm. Yeah. The ghoulies came from the storm and attacked us.
You fought spirits. Yes, I've seen some of them out in the wilds. We stay far clear of them, though, of course. You said you fought them? Defeated them? You must be
Well,
very...
Really, we defeated her because it took over her body.
And
Yeah.
it was very dramatic, yes.
He raises his eyebrows. Oh, that's impressive. Very impressive. Yes,
Sadly, we did lose 3.
oh, I am sorry to hear that. Well,
Who's the commanding officer here?
commanding officer is Padawan Sir.
Yes, I would very much like to speak to this commanding
Well,
officer.
that's where we're going, guys. Stop pressuring the man. He's taking his thing at his own pace.
My name's Kier, by the way.
Here.
Nice to meet
It's
you.
very nice to meet you.
Yes, it's good to meet you, especially ones who are able to do something about the spirits. We've only just fled from them whenever they manifest.
Like I always say, Eldath provides when asked.
Come, follow me.
So, I do have to ask, how widespread is this Eldath of yours? Is he very popular?
He's popular around certain folk. People who
Oh, nice.
experiencing the peace of it, but I wouldn't call it widespread. But we try to spread it as wide as far.
I see, I see.
Hey, Kier, you want to hear a joke? I am great at jokes.
We could use a good one, Ryland.
Kier, why do paladins wear chainmail?
No, you told us to ask about the paladin.
I did. 'Cause
Why do paladins wear chainmail?
it's holy armor.
Okay, that one was pretty good. I understood that one. Yes. I'm not so good with the idioms. Yes.
The soldier stationed at the door here is going to step to the side and give you access to an open doorway which leads into an old farmhouse. It looks like it's already been repaired several times with scraps of wood that have been placed over holes in the roof. And the entire farm area here just seems to be ramshackle, as if it has it's been battered by the storm on more than one occasion. As you head towards the front door, though, you you do hear more of those strange animal sounds. It almost sounds like whinnying, but then it turns into a high-pitched shriek, and it's coming from around the side of the barn, it seems, or the house, I should say.
Here? What's that sound exactly?
Oh, it is only the mounts that we were able to bring with us from Windhold, the ones who survived the assault.
Is something wrong with them?
What? Oh, no, they're scared, of course, the storm.
And around the soldiers, you can probably tell Kat is kind of standing up straighter, and you see that she's like folding her hands behind her back, much more like a proper officer this time. Something unlike that. She's been kind of carrying herself around like happy-go-lucky.
Do these actually look like soldiers?
They do. And Ryland, at least, can immediately recognize them. They seem to be wearing the colors of the River Kingdom's alliance. They seem specifically to be troops from Lunapore, you would say, based on their armor and their equipment. But they've got the red and yellow of Lunapore on their insignias and their banners and such. Kier will invite you within, and you'll see a man there who's kind of sitting, kneeling on the floor. He seems to be in conversation with another soldier, but they cut off immediately when you come in. And go ahead.
I was gonna have Ryland chirp here when he walks in. He's gonna walk by this guy guarding the door like, "Nice to meet you. I like your mustache."
And you see Kat walk in right behind him, and you hear her boots clack together as she stands at attention, looking down at the officer. But she doesn't say anything. She just smiles and nods.
The officer, for his part, you see Kier kind of salute him and give a slight bow, and the officer just looks up at Kier and says, "Why have you brought outsiders to me unannounced, Kier? We've spoken about this." And Kier says, I'm sorry, of course, Lieutenant Sir. It is, you must remember your rank, and mine as well, now. And Kier nods and says, "Yes, of course, Lieutenant. My
What,
apologies.
Kier?
It'll never happen again."
I'm sorry. What Kier wanted to say was they were surprised that somebody stumbled in out of the storm who could defeat the spirits, and they thought that it might behoove telling their commanding officer right away that somebody was able to do that on their doorstep.
One might say it is a commendable act to do. Da?
You could call anyone an outsider if they walk in from that door. It's outside, you know?
Oh
The-
my goodness.
Sorry.
The man rises from his kneeling position there, and he looks at all of you and says, "You say that you defeated spirits out in the wilds."
Aye?
Yeah, the spooky ghoulies.
This is very impressive. My own troops have only been able to skirt around and avoid them at best, and at worst, they get caught out and are swiftly destroyed.
I would imagine so, Lieutenant. And she kind of says that, still standing up at attention. Has he stood up at all?
He has stood.
That's why we were stopping here. We're on our way to the Yielding Heart. We come from the Mule Monastery, and we kind of owe the Yielding Heart a favor, so we're just going by and checking on them.
You're here to check on Yielding Heart.
Yes, sir.
He shakes his head. I wish that I had better news to report to you, but I'm afraid that the monastery is completely overrun. Worse than that, the typhoon keeps circling round. It must have hit the monastery, well, at least a dozen times by now. I can't imagine how much is left.
Well, have you seen any of the monks come down from the hills? Or anyone come out of that monastery since the Warforged got there?
It has been difficult to assess the situation. The constant storms have made scouting the area a challenge at best, lethal at worst. We have not seen any survivors from the monastery come this way. Not since we ourselves had to fall back to this position. From what I understand, the Warforged striked out in a two-pronged attack, hitting both Windhold and the monastery simultaneously. He kind of shifts a little and looks uncomfortable. I'm sorry. What were you going to ask?
I was just going to ask if you know if, since you came from Winterhold, do you know if there was a fellow there named Jati? And by feller, I mean one of the shiny metal robot guys. They called him Warforged.
I could not tell you which specific Warforged were at one place or another, but I do know that they are still there in force. We remain at this farm to keep watch on them, to try and maintain a defensive position in the event that they try to push further into Lunapore. They have not, so far, made any attempt in that direction.
I see. May I ask, this is a interesting point of which you've chosen to make your defensive position. Why have you not reinforced the town instead, leading towards Lunapore?
This position is closer, of course, to Windhold, and I would rather put my troops between my enemies and the citizens of Lunapore rather than take over a town like Mjok and run the risk of danger there.
It was a smart tactical decision. I might suggest if you have the resources, your townspeople have been wondering what is happening. And I'm sure they would appreciate some reassurance.
Kat, can you give me an insight check as you ask him this question and he responds?
I sure can. She's actually not that great at insight, but
Feel a little foggy from dying.
yeah, I'm still a little shaky. Top of this die, man. I don't know what's up with it today. It's not good. It's not hot right now. But I can already tell this guy's a little shady. Me is Max, not as Cat.
Now, I have offered you information, and I have done so freely. I must confess I am not sure whether it is tactically wise to be so open with complete strangers, but I'm hoping that my forthrightness will be returned. You say you're here to investigate Temple of the Yielding Heart. But if you are capable of destroying spirits, or banishing them, or driving them off, then you are no ordinary folk. What has really brought you here? Who has sent you?
Well, that would be my father. Like I said, we came from the Untitled Monastery, and we requested the help of the Yielding Heart monks quite a time ago. He asked me if we could go check on him.
Also, we're looking for deserters.
To be frank, I heard you mention that this rank is new to you. Yes? You see me, you see my uniform, you know that I am a noble as well, and you seem to have a tenuous command, to be completely frank. Why have you not reported back to your superiors at Lunaport?
I have sent runners in that direction. I have not heard any word back since. It was over a week ago. I do not know if they left Tempest Valley successfully, or if something befell them on the way. I am new to my rank. Yes, until recently I have been third castellan at Windhold. Now I am the acting commander of those of us who are left.
Say, Mr. Padawan Sir, would you know if the Warforged can speak common? Because I'd like to talk to them when we get to the Yielding Heart.
As far as I'm aware, they are fully capable of that, but they rarely bother to speak with those they are slaughtering.
Well, they won't be slaughtering me. We're going to be best pals by the end of this.
And the cat just kind of gives Ryland a look. And she's just like, no.
We got to build them a castle over in some other mountaintop so they leave. By all means, I'll get to picking and whatever that other stuff the builders do is.
Bricklaying and the other, but that is besides the point.
What did he say his rank was again?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Got it.
First three letters of lieutenant are a lie.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Julius will speak over this one. Lieutenant Sear, was it? About...
I have to admit, I'm not 100% up on all of my my military ranks. I suppose he's actually, at this point, he's probably something closer to a captain. But he's not been in a real leadership position until very recently.
Captain. There was not been a peace time.
Captain Sear.
Lieutenant who got a field promotion to captain. He's rounding it out perfectly.
Can't imagine anybody in that position.
Captain Sear. You were at the hold, right? If I'm hearing you correctly, when the Warforged came around and attacked.
Yes.
Do you know roughly about how many Warforged we're talking about here?
Bless you.
I must confess the attack was a confusion for me. The best I can determine, gathering the stories told by the other troops, is that there are anywhere between several dozen and 100 of them now stationed at Windhold.
Hold. You don't know? You weren't there.
I was present, but I was not
You
manning...
just said you were told. You never saw them.
I was forced to lead a retreat from Windhold as we were overrun and overwhelmed.
And,
our defenses were not prepared for what the Warforged brought to us.
Cat snaps to attention, and this is something you hear. You haven't really heard before. You hear her her voice gets lower, and she lowers her eyes. How about you start telling me the truth, Lieutenant? Right fucking now.
Oh boy.
Need him. Let's see if this works.
I gotta be honest with y'all, Eldath only promised help for a baker's dozen for Warforged.
Give me a an intimidation check.
I really hope this works, guys.
With the
If
way your
not, I
rolls been going
apologize.
tonight.
Hey!
Hey!
Says he sighs and he kind of gestures for the other troops, telling them to depart, to leave. And Kier's like, "Even me, Tawan?" He's like, "Yes, especially you, Kier." And they all step out. He invites you to come further in and close the door behind you.
And this time she's going to sit cross-legged as he had been when they entered the room.
Yeah, he'll kneel down.
And Rylan's just heating up some of his honey apple bread on this fire.
He says, "I must confess to you that I am not a man meant to lead. I was promoted to my position because I am an expert of engineering. I helped to maintain the walls of Windhold and the defenses there, but I was never a leader of troops. But with the loss and probable death of all of the higher-ranking officers, it falls upon my shoulders to do the best that I can, put on a brave face for our remaining troops."
Spasibo for telling me the truth. It is no shame to be promoted because of skill rather than leadership. Is there anything else you wish to tell us?
I can tell you one other thing. I did not see much of the attack as I was, as I said, retreating with the forces that remained, but it came swiftly. It was deadly. They spared no one that they could get their hands on. And the Warforged weren't alone.
They weren't alone. What were they with?
They got some of them spooky ghoulies with them.
Their assault upon Windhold was successful because they managed to circumvent our primary defenses. We have walls and towers, cannons aimed along the pass that can obliterate any army that would dare challenge us. But they did not challenge us, not in that way. They came through the side of the mountain. They had some beast, a creature, that could burrow through solid rock. They attacked us from the side, from the flanks, from behind, and it was a slaughter. It's a miracle that any of us were able to escape. The situation is dire now, but even worse. They managed to do all of this without damaging any of the structures of Windhold. The fortress now stands fully operational and under their control.
Wonder if they got this beast from the Untamed Lands and the Druids.
What I'm hearing is there is a fully functional mountain fortress, one of the mightiest in the world, manned by a bunch of killer machines.
Yeah, but what you might have missed too is that there's a tunnel into the side of it that's fully functional.
And
Very astute.
It doesn't matter, because we're not here to fight a war, remember?
That is correct. We just gotta go talk to Jijadaji.
wherever he is.
At this point, I don't know if talking's gonna be enough, gents and lady.
Talking always comes first. Whether it's
I agree.
long or brief.
Ladies, excuse me.
Ladies, apologies. I don't know if talking's really gonna work, but I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm willing to give it a shot if you are, Mr. Ryland. So, with that being said, with everything around here, we can assume, based off of the captain's or lieutenant's report, that we're dealing with about 100 warforged, most likely in each different settlement. 100 at the hold and about 100.
That is a broad assumption. We don't know numbers. It could be anything from what 100
Few
to
dozen.
It could be a few dozen, up to 100, from what he said.
But no matter what, they are in a superior position, one of the most a mountain pass. And I know you probably don't have much experience assaulting up a mountain, being a pirate, a captain on the sea. I can tell you, it is the worst as trying to assault inward. Even sneaking through can be a deadly affair.
That's why we're going in, talking to him.
Our plan should still be to head for the temple.
Oh,
It'll be
that is
less
the plan.
fortified, and it's most likely where we'll find Jadaji. The fortress sounds like creating a situation that we don't need.
Gotta go see
I am
if
inclined to
any,
agree
any
with
monks
the
left. We
grumpy
gotta go
one.
check on our friend Shotzi.
Well, what happens as soon as we deal with the temple? Are we going to leave the warforged that are at the hold?
Here's the thing.
This isn't a conversation for now, but
Mhm.
if we can end this peaceably, then it won't have to come to a fight.
We'll have to talk to him first before we decide all of that.
I am inclined to agree.
The only for sure thing that makes us go to the Windhold is if Jadi's at the Windhold. If
Which
Jadi's
we
at the
don't
temple,
have.
he can communicate to the hold, and we can get all this peacefully reconciled. Or he's not at the temple, and we gotta go to the Windhold.
I agree.
If he is at the Windhold, then it may be our only option to have an engineer help us get in.
Well, I mean, there's
That-
already a tunnel inside.
Unless
That
it's
is a
guarded.
good idea. Lieutenant, would you be willing to assist us?
He he says, if it allows us to retake Windhold, then yes, we would be more than willing to assist in any efforts in that direction. But we must be cautious. There are a precious few of our troops left, and they are the only thing standing between the Warforged and full access to the undefended lands of Lunapore. I do not know if other troops have come and are stationed outside the valley. Perhaps you can bring me good news on that front.
I'm sorry for your loss. Were you able to?
Few bodies.
Were you able to recover all the bodies? Sorry, I can't.
Now, why do you keep
Mark,
asking that?
can't do that with a straight face. The fiend can do that with a straight face.
He is, it brings me shame to say that many of our fallen are left, most likely wherever they lie, there at Windhold. We have lost others
Kevin,
since
what's
then.
your guy's name?
Ryland.
Rylan? No, what? Ethiad or
what a
what?
guy.
Wait, what?
What?
The god.
Eldad?
Yeah.
What about Eldad?
Okay. Mark was asking Kevin
Yeah,
about
Eldad.
Eldath. Well, luckily we have a priest of Eldath who will be able to do some last rites upon the body.
You see,
This
you
man
see.
preaches the truth. He ain't no preacher, but he preaches the day.
Oh, Lord.
We're old yet. Well, Lieutenant, may I just say, if you are willing to work with us, and she holds out a hand, we are willing to work with you.
Yeah, Mr. Padawan, sir, if you've got some room that you can afford us tonight, we'll head on up to the Yield Heart, see what's going on up there. Maybe we can solve it. And if we can't, we'll pop on down here. And we'll let you know that we may need some assistance getting into the Windhold.
But of course, and she looks at Seven, we will try to solve this peaceably.
Very good. I will accept any help that you can offer. And I am willing to offer help in return. Like I said, if it aids in the recapture of Windhold, or in the securing of Tempest Pass and the protection of the border once again. I'll do whatever it takes. And as he's saying this, the doors open, and you see a woman stick her head in. She kind of shoves right past Safine and
Excuse you.
makes for the door, and she says, Tywin! And he just closes his eyes and says, what have I said about remembering my rank? And she shakes her head. My apologies, but this is most important. The storm. I don't think that the barn is going to hold out any longer against another gale. Requesting your permission to escort our mounts to a safer location further south. We shall return the moment that the weather clears. He considers that for a moment and says, yes, very good. Of course, it will do us no good to have our beasts destroyed by this weather. At least give them a chance of survival. And she'll depart, turning her heel immediately.
Does this building look like it's going to be or is it just
It honestly looks questionable.
We'll need your help, Safine.
Yes, Fane, you said
Well-
Wherever we bed down.
a tiny little hut.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've been walking for how long have we been walking?
A day.
Days?
I mean, you guys have been on the road to arrive here for days, but you've only
Yeah.
actually spent about half a day traveling into the valley at this point.
Of course I haven't been holding out tiny hut on you guys.
It's just Safine on her own in the tiny hut. with three zombies.
No, it's...
Private pillow party. All right.
Yeah.
We are.
Safine's private pillow party.
I'll be completely frank. Safine, if we do not cuddle, I will be very upset.
We are going to have to bring the session to a conclusion now, but I want to leave you with just one last image as you begin to discuss plans, potentially working with this Tywin and hunkering down, preparing for the coming storm. You see that woman leading creatures now around from the side of the hut here. Great winged beasts with beautiful plumage, which catches what little dim light there is here. See one like this.
A griffin.
And another.
No, is that an owl? I don't know what that is.
Well, that'd be one of Eldad's blessings.
What is that?
They're so cool.
That is really cool. I want
Not as
one.
cool as a dragon.
He's going to be the new Dima.
The new Dima.
I'm going to name him Roach.
Hippogryphs, says Tywin as he
Alright.
as
I will
he
be at.
Buckbeak!
sees you staring. And there's something else that's coming behind them. You hear squelching sounds and thudding as something truly massive is moving outside the hut, and then it comes round the corner and into your line of sight. You see an elephant girded for war.
Wow.
Nas! Nas! Nas, that's an elephant!
The elephant plods along, this one being held by reins in the woman's grip. You guys can give me history checks.
Anybody who wants to.
See Cat just like nerding out in the corner.
Sounds about right. I know
Many
nothing.
things traveling the land.
Yeah,
I know
Ryland.
nothing.
Ryland, it makes quite a bit of sense that you would be familiar with this. You are native to this area, of course. You know that these hippogryphs are some of the chimeras that are created by the druids that are prevalent throughout the river kingdoms. You also now recognize that that woman must be a special rank within the military, known as a beast caller, and that she has certain special abilities, which she puts on full display now. She touches the elephant, and she says,
Come, we must away from here. Swiftly. Fly with me.
and as she does so, the elephant sprouts a pair of absolutely gigantic wings.
Oh
Wow.
shit!
God.
Naz!
And then I'm gonna lean
Naz,
out
I
the
want
door.
one! I need one, Naz!
I'm gonna lean out the door and be like, take them to that town south. It's like Mario or Maori or something. It's got rain, but
Mario.
it ain't got wind.
Yoke. Yes,
Yeah.
I will make for there.
And
Tell Talla we said hello.
You just see Cat holding Naz's leg really close and just like, Naz, I need one. I need one so bad.
Definitely the Simic scientist.
and yeah, the group of them mount up and flapping their wings, they take to the sky. But you can see that they are fighting with the wind and have to stay very, very low to the ground as they begin flapping at full speed, leaving in the wake of the coming storm. And that leaves you guys to see how well you can weather what is coming your way next week.
Ooh.
Well, I definitely do not like the spooky ghoulies.
I thought that was so much fun.
That was a damn
was-
good combat.
That was wow. That was a lot going on at once.
I am so glad I did not get hit with that horrifying visage.
Glad I'm playing old race.
Yeah.
Who did get hit by the old part
7.
besides Thema? 7
7
and
was the only
Safine.
PC. And Safine.
It's a few.
oh no.
Did Safine? No, Safine didn't get hit.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
gained 30
he
years.
rolled a 3.
Like, my wisdom
Yeah.
on everything, even the ones that were whispered zombies, were not above a 5.
Did you? Was it you? Who drew the X for Dima?
Not I.
Was it you?
Tell that they ain't gonna give up on someone like that.
So hold up, but Seven and Safine are both elves, right?
I'm a half elf.
Oh, you're a half elf. Oh shit.
I thought you appear to be a half elf.
Isn't
I'm-
it like
He was already pretty cool.
Safine, you would have heard Safine curse and say, something about, you know, being particularly fond of this one, and not ready to, be done with his body.
Kat is just filing that away and the other odd things that she says.
Wait, what?
Oh, there have been weirder things she's already said.
Be done with this body? Are you fucking Orochimaru?
It gets better, man.
seems like
Let-
hundreds of years
Oh
older.
shit.
Let me ask you guys your opinion. How do you feel about the critical hit and fail decks?
Love it.
Fucking
I
love it.
fucking love
Oh,
it.
fun.
Fucking
Love
love
it.
Love
it.
it. Love
I
it.
fucking
honestly,
love
I was really like, if I was crippled from that fucking crit, I'm just like, well, Ryan, looks like I'm driving to Georgia.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to crit your ass, but I tried
No,
to
it's
knock
okay, buddy.
You're welcome.
Buddy.
Look, there was no
It's
intent,
I
not
don't
your
believe you.
fault.
but Ryland really carried the non-violent thing this time.
Yo, I gotta admit, I wasn't really expecting you to really go too far with the.
I wasn't either.
It's awesome. It's good. It's good. It's good. I believe in you.
I just like the economy of action with the zombies. I'll get them back.
Yeah, we'll get more zombies.
Luckily,